and this is really interesting. Came out yesterday. I'll go ahead and bookmark it here.
Okay.
Speed
So,
Squad.
only other thing that I need you to do is grab my right there on the StreamYard
Yeah.
screen. Take and grab my photo or my image and drag it to the
Hmm.
left. Then I look
The
like I'm
solo layout.
no, just grab no. Bring me back down. Bring make me stop it. Make me small. Okay, just to move the mouse right over where my picture is in the middle of the StreamYard screen, and just
Yeah.
drag me to the left. You can switch our positions.
Oh,
Then I look like I'm talking to you instead of having my back to you. You know,
I
so
got
that
you.
now it looks like we're talking to each other. Yeah.
I
How
got
about
you. Now I was in the little boxes down below the screen.
yeah. No. It's right there, and you can move people around like when everybody else joins us. Um, then you can shift us around and stuff too. So which is pretty cool. Hopefully our signal is good and we're not all choppy and laggy and all that other good stuff.
I think we should be all right. Everything seems to be holding up on my end. As a matter of fact, I've got the kids uh, in a room watching a couple of movies and on DVD, not streaming them, so that saves bandwidth a little bit.
Yeah,
So, but yeah, there's quite a bit going on, man.
yeah.
Quite a bit.
What do the numbers say right now?
Right now we're at 70.
Okay, all right. They're starting to come in, so let's give them a minute to get in. Um, and you got us live on X as well, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Yeah, I
yeah.
would
And
add
we're
X
live on
in
that
as
too.
well, but it's just I can only select two um, when I add. So
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of crazy that way. You used to be able to add as many as you wanted.
yeah. So I actually had a video that I wanted you to uh, have you um, play to start us off for today.
Okay.
I'm going to drop the link into the private. I'm going to let you. That's what I'm going to do today. Is I'll just drop the links into the private chat, and you pull them up and play them. Hopefully, then maybe we won't have a buffering issue like I was having yesterday. Um, I'm not sure what it is, but let's give it a minute to see. Once we hit 100, let me know.
Okay.
That way
Well,
there.
when we hit 100, is that when you want me to start the video?
Yeah, yeah. Once we hit 100, then it's a really cool video. I really like this girl. I like the content that she's been putting out, uh, and she's just really uh, this girl down to earth, and just has a nice, serious conversation with us, and I think it's yeah, it's pure fire. Is the easy
Okay.
way. So
Yeah, that's not a problem.
yeah,
But yeah, so I was going through some of my posts. The trolls are coming out of the woodwork. Okay. Just coming out of the freaking woodwork. I've noticed it on a couple of responses I've had to, different people.
hmm
And they just start coming out. And as soon as you start dropping truth and facts on them and backing up what you're saying, bam, they disappear.
and they
Or they'll
block
come,
you.
or they'll come back with and hurl an insult at you.
Yeah,
So yeah. So
that's
all right.
when you know you're being effective. You know,
Yeah.
so that's the big thing.
So here is the video that Hawk wanted me to
Start with, yeah.
start with. So let me do it this way.
Okay, guys, this is my desk. That means that my feet go under my desk. Get up. Get out of there. All of you. Go on. You're too big. You're too big. You are bigger than every other dog here. You do not need to be underneath that desk. Go on. Go lay down. Go ahead.
Anybody else just fed up with the absolute distraction, deception, lies that everything feels like? It's really hard when you're awake and you have such a deep awareness. It's lonely. It's lonely because no one understands you. People start to think you're crazy. I've been, isolated, essentially. I feel like God has isolated me to a point where I am forced to work on my relationship with him. I am forced to find peace in him. And when you find that, it's not something you want to let go of, and you crave more and more and more of it. And you go through this so many times that you start to just feel different. You start to live life differently. It's hard for me to ignore deception. Things going on in the royal family, things going on in Hollywood, things going on with the elites. Like, we all know what's going on. Most of us at this point are awake to it, but you start to see it so fast and so clearly. And it's kind of a lonely place to be, because you start speaking out about the truth, which is crazier than fiction sometimes. And it's crazy to people and they don't understand it. And when you are living with such a deep understanding of the truth, and and you can spot so clearly when someone is walking in true Jesus ways and when they're not. And I'm not perfect, I'm not even close, but I do my best to live like the Bible wants us to live, right? And when you see other people being deceptive, and then there's all these people out there that, will be so quick to cry, oh, you're such a conspiracy theorist. Like, we're talking about living in truth here, okay? It's not even about the actual theories that are happening. It's just that we're clear that there's deception, and we just want the truth at this point. We want to live with honesty and transparency, and man, it's so hard. And I find myself in such a deep awareness of God and protecting my peace so much that it's hard to be around other people. The meaningless, what's the weather doing today? What'd you do this weekend? Oh yeah, we're going on a trip. All that stuff is just, it's fine, but it's not. I crave such a deep, I crave honesty and truth and transparency and deep connections with people and deep conversations about life, about what's going on in our world, about God, about, how hard it is to be awake sometimes, to be walking in a more biblical way and turning your life over to Jesus and what that looks like. And I find it tough. Even people that are, in the church, I feel like are all hiding something. We're not being honest and truthful with each other because we're either ashamed or we feel guilty or whatever. But, it's so important that I recently heard it's so important that we confess these things and confess our lives and be truthful and be honest. And that's what I want. And finding people who understand that. I mean, it's like, where? It's funny because I see people on this app and I'm like, I know they're out there, right? Like, we know that there are other people like us out there, but how come they're not in my friend circle? Why don't they live closer? Why are they not in my immediate friend circle? It's just a lonely place sometimes. Being awake is extremely lonely. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. And what do you do with that? That's why I just keep digging in deeper. I just dig deeper and deeper and deeper. And I'm doing this Bible study right now about, our identities in Christ. And it's like, man, I've had it wrong this whole time. I have literally worried more about what my title has been at my job. My friends have thought about my situation or circumstances, what my relationships have said about whether I'm worthy to be chosen or valued or respected or not, that like I've completely lost sight of what we should be looking at, and that is God, and God first and foremost. And now I see darkness and evil so easily. It's hard. I can't listen to the same music I used to listen to. I don't see Hollywood the same. I don't see elites the same. I see the deception. I see everything for what it is. And it's like, man, everything that we thought we knew is not what we knew. It's not. And finding people that understand that and can like really go into those conversations, it's difficult to find. But if you're out there and you're one of me, just know that I'm out here too. So we're not alone.
All right, that was pretty good, man.
Yeah. Yeah. She just, because it's, this is where, I have that conversation with people about the fact that there is a time that you will be set aside. Like we're seeing with Donald Trump being set aside. He's got to go through stuff that's going to change his perspective, that are going to change him. The same way that we are going through things in our personal lives right now that are affecting us in a way that we're making changes for the betterment. We're educating ourselves for the betterment. We are gathering people together for a betterment. We're all growing together, and there are good things that we have recognized that we just kind of don't want to let go of, because these things are in fact now benefiting us, whereas we didn't have that same relationship before. You know what I mean? Our you think about it, before you knew about child trafficking and all the horrors and everything that they've gone through and everything else. Think about how your relationship with Christ and God have changed since learning about the children and all the experiences and everything that's going on. We are connecting in a totally different way than we would have 10 years ago. 10 years ago, everybody would have been looking for their own particular topic of conversation, and that would be it. That's all that they would look for. They would look for that music that hit them that right way. Now, even when we listen to music, we hear things 100% differently. We hear the lyrics now. We hear the spells. We recognize these things, even with people, and understanding these 3-word chants that we hear, or repeated. The repetition that goes on to make your memory fall into alignment with like the propaganda. When you hear it from every single news channel and you hear it every single day, eventually you begin to believe it. Like them calling us a democracy. Well, they started calling us a democracy back in the 50s, and people in the 50s were making videos telling people, listen, we do not live in a democracy. We live in a constitutional republic. But it took them 70 years in order for them to instill in the American mind that we are living in a democracy. They've been converting us into a third world country all these years, unbeknownst to us. Now that we know, now we see things differently. When we look at politicians, we see through the facades. You know, we understand that there is absolutely no way that a person who was worth $136,000, okay, when they went into office 4 years later is worth 41 million, that you know that there's something going on there. We see through the facade. You know.
And that goes back to the one stream that I did with you a while back. You know, you were talking about the propaganda and then beating it into our brain, you know. It's out there. It's even in the TV shows. So it's one of those things that they don't only beat you over the head with it in the news and social media and you know, newspapers and stuff like that, but they also beating into your head with the TV shows that are on.
Yep.
So I mean,
they've been telling us what they've been doing, but because of the indoctrination that we went through, we didn't recognize the telltale signs of being duped into believing something, or, you know, worshiping something that we shouldn't be. You know, there's just so many aspects of this that is just, it's crazy, you know. But Dave is going to be joining us here shortly, I presume.
Yeah, he said he was running late.
Yeah, he's trying to get his Rumble set up too. So
I sent him the link again through
Signal.
Well, through Signal, and I also think I sent it to him through X Messenger. So
right on.
He should be here in a little bit.
Yeah. And we're trying to get Sir Oliver Pollock as well. And there is a possibility that if we are still going, that we may be joined by another guest. Mayrox may be joining us. She is currently at work right now, though. So we'll see what happens. We play a lot of her content on my programs. She covers the debt clock decoding. Echo X is another good one. That's good for that though too. So, hey, speaking of Sir Oliver Pollock, good evening.
What's going on, boys? What's up?
Well, it's afternoon for you, isn't it? That's right, afternoon. I don't
Not
know.
a whole lot, man. I thought you might want to be part of this discussion because we're going to be going over some decodes.
Let's do it.
And some of them are really interesting. I went through from Donald Trump's interview. It was Sunday morning.
Okay.
And this is what he reposted on True Social last night. Let's see here. 10:34 in the evening. So very interesting stuff, and I got a lot. I took notes. A lot. I mean, just a lot. And then Dan Scavino, man, he never disappoints.
Never does. So the 10:34, you said 10:34?
Yep.
Donald Trump.
Yep, Donald Trump on True Social.
Yeah, I didn't get that one.
Yep. I will pull it up here because I
That's
bookmarked it.
truth. Oh, with the 3 minute and 11-second video, that one?
No, this one was like 8 minutes long.
Oh no, I definitely didn't see that one.
Yeah, let me pull it up here. It was epic. It was from that Fox interview. And the title of the clip is called "Trump on Guilty Verdict. The enemy from within are doing damage to this country." That was the title of it. So let me pull it up here. Crap. So I'll go ahead and play it. It's quite the listen. It's 8 minutes and 5 seconds long. So let me go ahead and play this thing for everybody.
Fighting for the same thing that you three. I watch you all the time, and same thing that you do. You fight for freedom. You fight for your country. These people are sick. They're sick. They're deranged. I talk about the enemy on the outside and the enemy from within. So you have Russia, you have China. But if you have a smart president, you always handle him quite easily, actually. We have a lot of advantages. But the enemy from within, they are doing damage to this country. They want open borders. They want high interest rates. They now want to quadruple your taxes. Quadruple. All my life I watched politics, and it was always like politicians want to lower taxes, not quadruple them. There's a whole sickness going on right now. So it was a tough venue. We tried to get out of the venue. We tried to get out of the judge, but we tried to get out of both. Wouldn't even think about it. So we had probably maybe the worst area in the whole country for me, in terms of vote. I'm sure if I sat down and explained it to that section of the world, we could probably make progress. But one of the worst sections, and they always bring them in these sections, DC, there, places where Republicans, not just me, Republicans get like virtually no votes. But the good news is that I think we've set a record beyond all records for fundraising. That's like a poll. And another one just came out just before I got in that we're 6 points higher than we were before. So I don't know if that holds up. I mean, I'm just not sure, but people get it. It's a scam. And the Republican Party is really, they've stuck. They stick together in this. They see it's weaponization of the Justice Department, of the FBI.
I'm sure you've seen the video of Joe Biden when he was asked about the verdict, and he gave sort of a smirk to the camera.
Terrible. Remember, Bragg didn't want to do the case. He came out. He said, there's no case. And how can you have a witness like so-and-so? I'm not allowed to mention the name. Can you believe this? This guy's allowed to have shows, television shows. I'm not allowed to mention the name. It's so unfair. But regardless, you have to really play the hand that you're dealt. Then you had a jury that was, from a certain persuasion. Would have been hard to do no matter what. But I did absolutely nothing wrong. I mean, absolutely. Think of it. I hate what they say, a bookkeeping, this and that. It's not. It's called, think of it, expense. I use the word expense. Legal expense. I pay a lawyer. He wasn't a fixer. He was a lawyer at the time. I pay a lawyer, and he's a lawyer. It's called legal expense. A bookkeeper, without ever speaking to me, because she did the right thing, who's been with me for years, marks it down as legal expense. In other words, I paid a legal expense. It's marked down as a legal expense. And they say that's a fraud. They shouldn't have allowed certain people to testify. It was totally wrong that they did that. So everyone tells me this is the easiest case they've ever seen to overturn, but they don't care because they want to last till after the election. Now, the only problem they have is that so far my poll numbers have gone up. You explain this to me because I don't. Pete maybe can explain it. Maybe Will. I don't know. Maybe Will can. They're smart in Texas, right? But the poll numbers have gone up substantially.
You changed your tone at some point during the trial. I would say maybe a bit more hopeful in the beginning, and then towards the end, you said something to the effect of even Mother Teresa couldn't be acquitted in this venue. Was there a moment in the trial that you felt like it turned, or you saw that it was headed in a certain direction?
Well, when you object to something, your lawyers object, good lawyers, professional lawyers, good records, nice people. I've had a lot of lawyers that weren't nice, and sometimes you're better off that way. These are really fine people. They'd object. Not accepted, not accepted, not accepted. When the government, meaning the DA, Bragg, when he said something, all right, good, that's fine, going more, more, more. Think of it. But the main thing is this, that this was turned down by the Southern District. This is over years. This could have been brought 7 years ago. You know, they tried to rush it because they wanted it before the election. But this could have been brought 7 years ago, but they didn't have any intention. A case like this has never been brought before. And there's never been a case where a state has gone after a federal election. In other words, that's for a federal, that's for like the Southern District to go. Southern District turned it down. We got clearance from the FEC, Federal Election Commission, clearance. They're suing, saying we violated a thing, but they gave us clearance.
And we're going to move on to some other topics too, but just moving forward, they've set the arraignment date for 4 days before the RNC.
Yeah, well, that's part of the game.
It is. Some have suggested you could appeal straight to the Supreme Court because of the special nature of this case. When it comes to the legal maze that you're still facing, and the judge could decide to say, hey, house arrest or even jail. How do you face what that could look like?
I'm okay with it. I saw one of my lawyers the other day on television saying, oh, no, you don't want to do that to the president. I said, you don't beg for anything. You just, the way it is. Think of it. They have all my books. You know, they went for 5 years, they sued me getting my tax returns, right? At the end of 5 years, they got them. The Supreme Court actually gave it to them. That was the end of it. That was it. They never found anything.
Some of your supporters have said, well, the only way to stop this is mutually assured destruction, right? If you do it to us, we're going to do it to you. You've said, no, my revenge is going to be success for America. You've just had this verdict. Do you still feel the same? What's your thoughts on that?
It's a really tough question in one way, because these are bad people. These people are sick, and they do things that are so destructive. I mean, look what they did from the day I got there. And I don't know, you know, a lot of people said we have no choice but to elect Trump. Republicans, because he's the only one that can withstand this. Don't forget, if it weren't me, they'd be going after somebody else. And I know a lot of the competition, they wouldn't do so well. They wouldn't be doing so well.
You just love life, and you care about this country. The people ask you, why do you do this? How can you do this? I mean, not to mention the rally after rally, the energy. But maybe the question isn't how do you do this over and over, but how does your family do this? All the obstacles, these are things you care about, your ambitions for the country. What about everybody around you?
So I think in many ways it's tougher on them than it is on me. They're good people, all of them, everyone. I have a wonderful wife who has to listen to this stuff all the time. They do that for this reason. They do that, all these salacious names that they put in of these people. And I'm not even allowed to defend myself because of a gag order. Think of it. But they put this stuff in to create havoc. These are bad people. I know everything they're doing. I know every move they make. I get it. But a lot of people don't. But it's tougher. I think it's probably, in many ways, it's tougher on my family than it is in me. You know, my sons, I mean, they're great. And they work hard and they...
How's Melania doing?
She's fine, but I think it's very hard for her. I mean, she's fine. But it's, she has to read all this crap.
What about Barron? People started to focus on Barron recently.
Hey, Slow, could you pause that for a second?
He's tall, good-looking guy. He's a very good...
Who was he talking about when he said that they get me, they understand? Can you rewind that like 30 seconds?
havoc. These are bad people. I know everything they're doing. I know every move they make. I get it. But a lot of people don't. But it's tougher. I think it's probably, in many ways, it's tougher on my family than
Okay, he was talking about himself. He knows every move they make. He gets it, but a lot of people don't. Okay, got it.
Yeah, he was saying these are bad people, but he doesn't mention who the bad people are either. Let me go back
and the fact that he says, I know every move they make. I get it. Most people don't, but I thought he was talking about someone else, but he's referring to himself. He gets it because he knows every move they make. Okay, that's what I wanted to hear again. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem, man.
The obstacles, these are things you care about, your ambitions for the country. What about everybody around you?
So I think in many ways it's tougher on them than it is on me. They're good people, all of them, everyone. I have a wonderful wife who has to listen to this stuff all the time. They do that for this reason. They do that, all these salacious names that they put in of these people. And I'm not even allowed to defend myself because of a gag order. Think of it. But they put this stuff in to create havoc. These are bad people. I know everything they're doing. I know every move they make. I get it. But a lot of people don't. But it's tougher. I think it's probably, in many ways, it's tougher on my family than it is on me. You know, my sons, I mean, they're great and they work hard and they,
How's Melania doing?
she's fine, but I think it's very hard for her. I mean, she's fine, but it's, you know, she has to read all this crap.
What about Barron? People started to focus on Barron recently.
He's amazing, actually, in a certain way. You know, he's tall, good-looking guy. He's a very good student, and he's applied to colleges and gets into everywhere he goes. You know, he's very sought after from the standpoint. He's a very smart guy, he's a very tall guy, but he's a great kid. He's cool. He's pretty cool, I'll tell you.
Well, Mr. President, you've had an eventful week. We
I would say
appreciate
that's
you.
true.
We appreciate you doing your first interview with us here
We're
at Fox and Friends Weekend after New York.
Yeah, I played quite a few of his clips. Yesterday. Yeah, thanks, Dogs. Give me a second.
These people are sick. They're sick.
Yeah, you got that too. And then the enemy from within, or infiltration, weaponization. Yeah, man. There was a lot in there, a lot to unpack.
And it seems like he doesn't really want to elaborate on Barron. You know, he doesn't want to talk too much about him, other than he's smart, he's tall, he's smart, he's tall. He doesn't want to elaborate on Barron very much.
No. Well, his kid deserves a private life, you know.
True.
You know, I mean, you look at the first son right now, and you know, in comparison, Barron's, nobody really talked about Melania or Malia and what's the other girl's name?
Sasha.
Yeah, Sasha and Malia. You know, there wasn't a whole lot about them news things, while Obama was in office. Afterwards, there were a couple of small things. One about one of the girls getting their driver's license. Another one, the college that they selected, kind of thing. Until now, when Malia says that she's going to Hollywood to become an actress, and she's dropping the Obama name.
Well, there was also the rumor of her hanging out with Hunter.
Well, yeah, that's it. Well, yeah, I think the credit card with her name on it,
Right.
the debit card, and the line of cocaine on a black ash sheet, kind of. Yeah, I think it pretty much told you who it was. She was having sex with Hunter Biden.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
Well, I'd have to worry about whether this guy's got serious STDs. I mean, he had hookers in Russia, he had hookers in China, he had hookers in Ukraine, and many other things that were in his laptop. That was proven to not be Russian disinformation. Barron's the exact opposite. I mean, this is a kid who obviously is patriotic. But the kid has this attention to detail thing, that goes on. And he was the one, because if you remember, Trump had two different swearing in events happen. Okay. He had the one at the big inauguration, but then Barron pointed out that certain things were not done, right? And they redid it where he was sworn in the White House in front of a particular painting. I don't remember which. I think it was in front of Andrew Jackson's painting that the second swearing in went on, and they made Roberts come back, and Roberts changed the wording in the original inauguration oath that he recited for Trump to repeat. Okay, Barron was the one who recognized that something was wrong, and they did a second swearing in the White House like a day later.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
it's I personally, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, but I believe that Barron is I think he's autistic to an extent. You know, an extent that makes him a genius. You know what I mean?
I often wondered about that label. You know, um, for me, when I see quote unquote autistic kids, they're just geniuses. You know, they're able to compute certain things in such a way that no one else can. You know, I don't see that being autism or any kind of, you know, disability. I see it as an advantage.
Well, I
You
see
know,
it as an enhancement. You
right,
know,
right,
so
right,
you know, it's like having a superpower. You
right.
know,
That we don't have. Yeah. Or
yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
can't say
I
we
would,
don't have, because I mean maybe we do. We just don't realize it. You know, but with them, it's noticeable.
well,
I have a nephew like that. He's the
so
same exact way.
think of it like this: when the keyboards originally first started, okay, it was clearly understood that it was originally set up for gamers, you know,
Right.
video gamers, you know, because they would figure out puzzles, you know, is basically what it is. You know, you know, no matter what video game you're doing, there's some kind of a puzzle or a trick that you have to do in order to get from the beginning to the end, you know. Um, and where the Q drops are concerned, I recognized that there are people who are data autists, okay, meaning that their consumption of data is so far beyond what the average, you know, brain in college, you know, has the capacity of holding, you know. um, and so I really think that it was designed more for autists, people who have the ability to consume the question, research and correlate and pile up all of the data that transpires around that. And when you look at it that way, you begin to understand the difference in this compared to a normal psyop operation, you know, or propaganda information. You know, in propaganda, it's not the asking of the question, okay, which Q does, okay, or the Q team does, I should say, okay. It is the directive of uh, of uh, giving the doing the question, the answer, and an explanatory that is more on the propaganda side, because they want to lead you to, you know, to their truth, only to their truth, to their narrative. So they're going to use data in a different way. Whereas with Q, it was, you're going to find your own data.
Right.
You know,
Do you
you're going.
think do you think that he was on the board? Barron, that is.
I honestly, you want me to, you want my honest opinion on this, or what I think? Um, yeah,
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 I think it was.
I think so too. I've always said that, and I always get back. Oh, he was too young. He was 10 at the time. That don't mean that don't. Mean it.
He,
I mean,
he
it,
was playing 5D chess with
that's right.
Donald when he was under 10 years old.
That's right.
Okay,
Right.
you do not have that type of intellect unless that is, yeah, that's pure autistic genius.
And I think it would be easier for him to communicate rather than his dad. And I'm not saying his dad wasn't there. I mean, it's pretty obvious that they were communicating with the autists and the Anons, and he was one of them, and still does. But I think Barron was the one that was communicating, especially early on.
Wouldn't it be crazy if he was the one who was behind it all?
Yeah,
You
definitely would.
never
That,
believe who you're talking to.
Right.
Think about that.
I mean, I'd like to believe it's JFK, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's Barron.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Remember the whole B drops?
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of know who that was, but for me, it was like, okay, they're teasing us now, by putting the B. I mean, it might have been him the first one, and then someone else who had access to the trip code came in and infiltrated. But I still think it was him.
Yeah, I definitely think it was infiltrated. Absolutely. I think it was right after the 2020 election.
yeah, I
that
think
it
so
was
too.
infiltrated. I mean, we were still getting good, clear questions, but a lot of things just kind of like circled back into earlier posts, you know. Um, so it seemed like somebody was in there that just, it was just trying to make people think that they were running around in circles.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, I typed in the term autist in the boards, and there's a lot.
How
Oh
many
yeah,
posts? How many posts in the total? Go up
Let me look
scroll back
here.
up to the top. If you hit that one arrow,
34. There's
34 posts.
34.
34 indictments.
34. Hey, when you look at that drop, it's actually 34 and 35. If you read those two drops together, they're just a few seconds apart. I don't know exactly how many seconds, but they were dropped within the same minute. And the 34, there's no just if you read it, you could tell you could understand what I'm trying to say. If you read the two of them back to back, we know they're all connected, but these two in particular, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it ends with organizations and/or people that wish to do us harm during this time will be met with swift fury. And there's been a lot of talk about Swift, by the way. Certain
Yes.
laws have been pre-lifted to provide our great military the necessary authority to handle and conduct these operations. And you go to 35, and it just starts off with POTUS will be well insulated, protected on Air Force One and abroad. But if you look at the time, right, you got 22:56:38, 22:56:16. So it's a matter of, what's that, 18 seconds?
Pretty much enough time for a copy and a paste.
Yep.
Right.
You
Right.
know?
Yeah. Yeah. I wholeheartedly believe they're both the same. And if you look at 35, that's the first time he presents himself with the 41020.
Yeah. And you were just talking about that. What was it, Thursday night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that 34, how many times has 34 come up in the last few days alone?
Yeah, a lot.
Seeing it everywhere.
A lot. And the other
Most
one
people,
I've seen come up a lot is uh, about the Epstein stuff. I've been
right.
seeing it come up a lot.
Well, Melania's, I don't know if that's her second account, but there's an account linked to Melania on X that posted at 10:01. I love that 10:01 because it's the island. It's a picture of the island,
Yeah.
and she posted that today at 10:01. So,
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Flotus something.
yep, Flotus. That's it. That's it.
Yeah, I seen
Flotus.
that earlier.
Awaken Trillium says, when did Q start? Well, do you want the original start? Or do you want the start of the Q that we know of? Okay, because there is a big difference. The original Q team started after the Lincoln assassination. 20 generals, colonels, and the leaders of the retired general or the retired general that took over like West Point and a couple other military schools. Generals were all involved in that's when the original Q team started. The second one was formed when 37 generals and other military personnel and civilians were present in the Oval Office at the time of the JFK assassination.
Speaking of generals, I got something to share with you. Hawk, you probably covered this in a previous program. You might have to Sir Oliver. But let's see here.
Real quick, while you bring that up, when I get asked that question about Q, I'm quick to point out the fact that this is not the beginning of Q; it's the end of the Q plan. We're now
Yeah,
at the final stage of the Q plan, and that, for me, because I own and I've read the book, uh, The Lost Gospel of Q, which goes back to the Word. And we know that they reference the Bible a lot in the drops. And Q literally, they got it from Quell, which means source of information in German. And so,
well,
for me, I have to look back to those times in order to look forward. So when I think of the Q plan, like the master plan, you have to go back all the way to the beginning because it's the battle between good and evil.
let me give you a really good one that you may not have heard. Okay, the original Gospel of Q. Who was Q? Q was the scribe for the 12 disciples and Jesus.
That's right. It was literally Jesus speaking to the disciples.
So the Gospel of Q has all of their stories all as one,
Right.
and each of the disciples ended up getting their own gospels according to what they each heard, because they weren't all together at
All
from
the
the
time.
beginning,
Right.
or all the time. Correct. Christ would send them out on missions. They think that there was only one time they sent them out on mission. It's not true. Christ was constantly sending them out on missions. Go to this city. Go to this city. Preach the word to these people and these people. So and when the Gospels were all put together, Q was removed
That's right.
because each of them had to have their own individual story. their own viewpoint, where Q actually was there from the beginning, and and actually recorded each of their individual stories.
It's pretty wild when you think about it, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
So you were talking about generals a few minutes ago, and Carson Crow. I follow a lot of her stuff. She's great to follow. She's very entertaining. I think she's a psychologist or something down there in Georgia. But she posted, "I want a list," and then 19 retired generals, admirals, and former top defense officials file Supreme Court brief against President Trump and his immunity bid, claiming Trump's act threatens national security. And that was posted on the Gateway Pundit 4/19 of this year. Now, here's the list. Ray Mabus, he was Secretary of the Navy from 2009 to 2017, the Obama years.
Yeah.
Retired Air Force General Michael Hayden, who is also the director of the CIA.
Yeah, we knew about him.
Retired Army General George Casey. That one disappoints me a little bit. Retired Army General Peter Shirelli. Air Force General John Jumper. Air Force General Craig McKinley. Air Force General Charles Wald. Marine Corps General Carlton Fulford. Marine Corps General Charles Krulak. Marine Corps General Robert Magnus. Navy Admiral Steve Abbott. Navy Admiral Samuel Jones Locklear. Navy Admiral John Nathman. Retired Admiral Bill Owens. Retired Admiral Scott Swift. Retired Coast Guard Admiral Thad Allen. Former Secretary of the Army Louis Caldera. Former Secretary of the Air Force Deborah Lee James, and former Secretary of the Navy Sean O'Keefe.
When you look at these, a lot of them were admirals, Navy intelligence, but you got to remember, CIA, when they were first created was right around the time of Hoover, who pretty much controlled everything at that point. But he was under the control of the mob, and a lot of these guys would allow themselves to be recorded in compromising positions. Whether it be with children or underage girls. They would cross dress and things of that nature. And when you look at Michael Hayden, him in particular, I can't help but look at a pedo. I know it's hard to look at somebody and say, oh, I mean, for the average person, who hasn't been researching this at all, you can't just look at somebody and say, oh, he's a pedo. But over time, you can pretty much tell by looking at him. And when you look at Michael Hayden, you'll understand what I'm saying. But he was there during the days of Aquino, who we know was Temple Set. Worked closely with Paul Vallely, which I'm surprised is not on that list. He came out, and not that I never understood it. I understood it, but I never understood why people didn't pick up on this. When he came out and started talking about Q, Paul Vallely, that is. You guys recall that?
Yeah.
Yes.
And he was talking about the Northern Virginia, right? He was retired at the time. So how could he know any of that unless he was opposition and part of the infiltration? Because the operators never divulged. And this Q movement, in my opinion, is military intel, but it was an alliance of good military intel officers who had to do this. They had to do it overtly, anonymously, and not include those who were initially part of Q, like the command, which is what he was talking about. in the northern part of Virginia. This is entirely different. So when I heard him come out and speak out against Q, for me it was immediately, it was, him behind the whole infiltration. And not just him, probably Aquino at the time, because Aquino was still alive at the time. And they probably tried to shut it down, but we're not successful. Um, I don't know what came about with Michael Aquino. Did he die? I heard there was a rumor that he died, but I never really had the details on that.
I don't know. Let me look.
Yeah, I don't recall. I mean, I do kind of remember him dying, but I don't remember exactly how. But you get what I'm saying? I mean, they literally wrote the book on PSYOP and changed it from PSYOP to Mind War. You know, so that Q PSYOP thing that many people talk about falls right into that category. For me, when you talk about this last phase of Q and the communication on the board, I never looked at that as a PSYOP because they were forcing us to think, forcing us to dig. They weren't trying to get us to think a certain way or act a certain way. They were just, trying to get us to look at truth. I guess you can call it a psyop in a good way, but it's not the kind of psyop. It's not the kind of psyop that you would think of when it comes to this kind of operation. So
Yeah.
I don't know. For me, it was never really a psyop. It was an awakening. You know, or is an awakening.
So I just looked it up, and it says here that he died by suicide.
There you go.
An
There you
apparent.
go.
So
Well, there you go. They took his ass out.
yeah.
I'd like to think that. When was it? 2017, 18?
Uh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me pull it back up here. Hit the wrong button. Let's see here. This was released on the 27th of January of this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. I thought he's been gone. Wow, that's very recent. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Interesting. And you didn't really hear much about that.
Uh-uh.
I kind of remember, but I thought it was a long time ago. You didn't. They didn't cover it. Interesting. Kind of like what's his face, who was supposed to get a funeral in New York City but never did. The guy who was he was a Jesus, what the hell is his name? The old Jew. He just died. He was like 100 years old.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
He was Kissinger.
Yes.
Kissinger. Kind of like him, right? He kind of like just faded away. There was no big funeral for him. Like you would think they would have had nothing. He just faded away. What's up,
Hey,
kid?
we got the man.
Hey guys. Hey, sorry I'm running late.
You're good, man.
Good to see you all here.
Living that good life. Where you had your toes in the sand.
Okay, so Dave, up in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see where you can add your channels.
Yeah.
Okay, so click that.
Oh,
Hey, hold on.
shoot.
Is my name showing up for you guys? It damn sure is.
It
Holy
is.
fuck.
Oh shit! I didn't even notice that, man. Oh shit! My bad, man. Hey, I'll go through and I'll try to edit that out, man. I don't know how good it's gonna be because I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, he can change his name to whatever he wants it to be.
Holy crap! I didn't even realize that, man. I apologize. I apologize, man. I didn't even notice it.
Nah, it's all good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, nah, it's all good. That's my fault. I didn't know you had to change it every time you come on.
If you're going into the same, if you're going into this, so like when you come onto my StreamYard, you had your name up.
Oh, that's right, because this is
Yeah,
slow space, right?
yeah, exactly,
Oh, I got
exactly.
you. I got
Yeah,
you. It's all good. Everybody knows now who I am.
yeah,
I'm feeling kind of slow myself, man.
yeah.
I have to change my name. It's a Slow Oliver. No offense, Slow Country.
No, you're good, man. You're good. You're good.
Well, you're a good slow because of the fact that you break things down in a way that everybody can understand. You take your time doing it, and you make sure that what you're giving them is 100% accurate. So you go ahead and be as slow as you want.
Yeah,
You talking to
Dave.
me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. I'm slowing down as a every day that goes by, I'm getting slower and slower. Let me tell you, this fucking injury is probably one of the most horrible, not really horrible, but just inconvenient injuries I've ever had. You know, it constantly hurts. I mean, the pain just doesn't. Last night I had to take 2 painkillers, and I regret it because I started feeling sick. But you know, it's your foot. How much can you do with one foot? You know,
Yeah.
and just fucking sucks. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
See,
getting slow.
I make a cannabis salve that within 5 minutes of putting it on, you're out of pain.
What is it?
It's a cannabis salve. I make it with cannabis.
Ah, okay.
And yeah, it's cannabis, olive oil, and arnica oil, and vitamin
Arnica,
oil.
arnica oil.
Yeah, arnica oil.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's good stuff. I take
yeah.
those.
Arnica deals with the inflammation,
Mm-hmm.
and arthritic type activity that
Mm-hmm.
happens, especially from an injury. Because you figure, with the injury, your foot has to be in a particular position
Right.
in order to heal best, right? So
Right.
they kind of lock it in there. What happens is you get that buildup of give me 1 second. 1 second, Dave. You get that buildup and the cartilage starts to build up. So it creates a, arthritic situation. And that arnica actually eats that arthritis material completely away. So all right, let me figure out what's with Dave, and I'll get back to this with you.
Yep. Yep.
All right, man. So also, I like Dave's comparison he gave to me. What was it? A week before last. I speak softly and carry a big stick.
Yeah. I'd like for you to go over the CFR again sometime because I didn't catch all of that. I mean, I caught the
Yeah.
gist of it and I looked into it myself and I love it, but I'd love to hear your perspective on all that, you know?
All right. Yeah, I can actually do that while waiting on Dave. I just have
Well,
to pull it up here.
maybe when you get a little bit of a bigger audience, I don't know how many is in here now, but
We've got
63
260.
now, 360.
Two.
Oh,
Two.
that's decent. That's decent.
So let me.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. Did Dave just start a space?
Yeah, he's starting one with me is what it is.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
okay.
what's our number at right now?
262.
262.
So we're gonna switch over to his?
No, we'll stay over here on this one. It's just his space is the same as mine is what it is.
Yeah, just follow Slow Country's link in, and it's going to broadcast whatever's on your screen.
I'm already in. I'm not moving. I'm staying where I am.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, I'm talking to Dave. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. See you in a minute. All right. Bye.
So here it is. All right. All right. So let me move this over here.
I'm gonna listen in. I gotta get going to pick up my kids from school. I'm not going anywhere, but on the way there, I know I'm gonna lose signal every now and then. So I'm just gonna turn
Okay.
my mic off and listen.
Okay.
Right.
All right, man.
Yeah. So Sir Oliver, I'll finish explaining to you. So what I do is I fill up the crock pot with cannabis, and then I pour in the olive oil and I pour in a cup of water, put the lid on it, and I set it on simmer in the crock pot for 24 hours. So basically, all the medicine, all the medical properties of the cannabis is being soaked into the olive oil. Then I strain out the cannabis and just leave the oil in the crock pot, and then I'll add in 14 tablespoons of raw arnica oil, 14 tablespoons of vitamin E oil, and then I'll put in 5 ounces of raw golden beeswax,
Nice.
and then I'll pour it into jars. Okay, and I get basically I'll get 30 jars from each batch that I make. But it's the thing about this stuff is that, like I said, within 5 minutes of applying it, you're out of pain. No pain pills, and the pain stays gone for 12 hours.
Let me ask you this. Could I add a honey instead of a beeswax?
Well, the honey is what it does with the honey, or what the beeswax does, is it makes it a solid product.
Okay.
Okay, where you can add honey, just as an additive, because honey actually does have healing properties to it.
Well,
Hey,
know,
the reason why I asked is because I have Manuka honey that I think
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
really
you could
good for that.
put like because of the fact that you're making a batch, you're not just making like one jar's worth. You're
Right.
making a batch. Yeah, you could go with like
Hey, Hawk. Hey,
Yeah.
Hawk. Hey, just bringing a couple hundred people in with us. Could you let everybody know? Are you guys talking about an alternative to the little blue pill, or what are you guys talking about here?
Oh no, we're not talking about no, we're not talking about Viagra. No. Actually, we're talking about a salve. So Sir Oliver had an
Pain
incident
relief.
where
Pain
he
relief.
injured
Okay.
where he injured his ankle. And
No,
the
my
thing is,
foot.
when
My
you
foot.
his foot, and when you do damage to your hands and your feet, you need these things working as soon as possible. These are things that hands you use every day, feet you use every day. One of the first things that I learned in the military was always have extra socks. Always. As a sports person, you were probably taught to always have extra socks.
Absolutely, because
when
you sweat through them.
Yep, you sweat through them, and you taking So instead of selling my salve, Mark said you should sell some of your salve. I actually give my recipe away. I tell people how much product that they need in order to make this. And then I tell people, instead of paying me for the recipe, pay it to your neighbors. Okay. By that old person who's having a hard time walking or can't stand up straight anymore. You take a jar over to them and just give it to them. You know what I mean? It's the idea that if we get back to old natural remedies for injuries, we can have people back up and moving and being pain free without all these the morphines and the opiate induced medicines and everything else. We don't need all that stuff. Our creator put everything on the planet that we need in order to have natural healing, pain free. We just have to put the ingredients together. That's it. We just put the ingredients together. I never got into the cannabis industry to make millions. I made my mission was to make everybody else healthy And that was my pay. Every time somebody called me and said, "Hey, my injury's healed and it's doing great," or I beat my cancer because of the RSO, or because of the medicine that you gave to my kid, she doesn't have seizures anymore, or he doesn't have seizures anymore. All these things. There is more value in knowing that what you did worked than there is in how much I could make from it. Sure, it'd be great to have millions of dollars to do whatever the hell I want. But the thing is would I really enjoy that?
Well,
I've been poor all my life.
do you have that recipe? I know you've sent that to me, but do you have it in a document you can drop for people, or how do you do that?
Well, I actually had it up as a YouTube video, step-by-step instructions and a list of ingredients. I had it up on YouTube, and it was up on YouTube for 11 years. It was up on YouTube. But as soon as I became a truther, oh man, it's all gone now. But if you want the recipe, you can easily email me, and I will email you the recipe. Absolutely, I have absolutely no qualms with that.
Put your email in the chat, would you?
Yeah.
And I need to do that, dude. I just did something on my back this morning, and I'm hurting. I need to get me some of that going. Oh. So what else did I miss so far? What have you guys been talking about? Have you just been talking about old men, aches and pains?
Well, we were talking about you earlier, but then you popped on and we had to change the subject.
Yeah, my ears were ringing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about our old snap, crackle, and pop. We all feel like a bowl of Rice Krispies these days.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been very damp here too. That's another issue, right?
Yeah.
When the dampness hits your bones. So are we free yet, or are we still slaves? What's
we're still slaves.
Okay, I thought so. Okay, I woke up and had to, clang around in my chains for a bit. It's pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's been quite the let's see, do it this way. Sorry, Hawk, I just got your private message here.
By the way, the comms, I mean, are they still off the hook or what?
Oh man, they are. Oh man.
Right? I mean, this is pretty amazing. We just lost Oliver.
He'll be back. He's running to get the kids from school. So
Okay.
He said that his signal is going to go in and out, but he'll rejoin as quickly as he realizes that he's no longer with us. That's why he was remaining quiet while he's driving.
I am not on Kick. Have you guys hooked up with Kick yet?
I have. I haven't figured out how to use it though.
Yeah, I haven't either. So Slow, you called this meeting. What
man.
What do you got for us, brother? I know you linked me to some stuff, and I'm sorry I haven't been able to check it out yet.
Holy crap. There's a lot. So we watched Donald Trump's interview, 8-minute clip, right, that he posted on True Social. And just out of that 8-minute clip, I've got, I'd say probably 30 different posts that apply to it.
30?
30.
Wow. Okay.
And one of them involves the interview from Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday. And I'll pull that up. I don't know if you've seen it or not. She just obliterated a reporter. I mean, just obliterated her in a matter of 2 minutes.
Should we watch it?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up here. It's
cool. You guys are
Oh.
going to have to pull up anything we need because of the way I think I'm. No, actually, I still could probably. No.
You still can. All you got to do is share the screen, and I can pop it up for you.
Okay.
So here, and this goes back to post 4381, and I'll share my rationale with it here in a second. But you're gonna be like, oh, what? So I got it pulled up here. All right, here we go.
In that room? No, absolutely not. I mean, everything I said is correct. It's how the American people feel. It's what we know to be a fact. It's all the evidence has been proven true. We have Jamie Raskin in there accusing us of worshiping Trump.
Go ahead and send it to me, brother. It's glitching again.
Do what now?
Go ahead and send it to me because your internet isn't pushing it through enough. It's glitching. It's like, stopping and starting.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and let me do it this way. I'm gonna send it to your X.
Okay. You know what? Send it. Let me see, because I got to pull up my X on.
Where'd you want me to send it to?
Signal, please.
Okay. Just a second here. Come on, open. There we go.
It's weird because I'm trying to get my. Sorry, guys. Hey, Hawk, you can go ahead and talk or whatever while we're getting our shit together.
Oh, thanks. Leave it to me.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Keep the dead air away.
Yeah, they're supposed to be having fiber out my way here pretty soon, and it's been a slow process with that. And right now I have Frontier, and man, on a good day, I'm only getting 25 megabytes a second.
Yeah, it was awful. It started glitching right away.
Oh, man.
My down is, I did a speed test this morning. My down is 19.17. And my upload is only 1.01.
Wow. Yeah, my up is better than both. Better than your down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I gotta get. Okay. You can send it to me in X, bro. Sorry.
All right, you're good, man. As soon as they get fiber out here, I'm signed up for the 1 gig down a second. And then 500 up.
Excuse me, let me correct you, and this is really important. I don't.
Did you get it? Yeah, you got it.
No, you're sending it in X, yeah.
Yeah, I just sent it next. I sent it in Signal also.
Got it.
So let me go ahead and kill my screen here. There we go. All
right, here we go.
Don't kill it. Just turn it off. Don't forget to add the audio.
So yeah, there's a lot. So
All right. Do we know who who was interviewing her by chance?
I have no idea.
Because that's to me, um, that was the, I love to hear that stuff, but I'm also so over it, because they're this is a congressperson, and I'm tired of cheap words. We used to see those kind of words with what do you call it? Uh, the engine lady, Warren, Elizabeth Warren, would get really tough with the bankers, right?
Yeah.
And say a lot of really tough words, and nothing ever came from it. But boy, it sure looked good. Sure looked like she was fighting for her constituents back home. All bullshit. And now Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm not comparing her to Warren. I'm just saying that it's time. It's time to stop talking about shit and doing it. You want to see Fauci in prison, then make that happen, Marjorie. Get your Congress people involved, and and you know and say, send that recommendation and get that recommendation to the DOJ. Of course, we're dealing with a corrupt DOJ, so that's you're asking the criminals to put the criminals away. But yeah, Pocahontas. But that's what we need to see. We need to see real results here. Now, one of the things, and I'm going to hand it back over to you, Slow, but I just wanted to say, the amazing thing that you and I and Hawk and Oliver, we see the comms that most people don't see. But when you look at the comms that are actually happening in the public forum now, and not just comms for us, like wink, wink, nod, nod, with a air cue or a timestamp or what have you, but we used to have to go to just a few tweets for those. Now it's in the speeches and in the tweets and so forth, and posts online. But now we're also seeing hunters and being tried, and Fauci's being investigated, and real stuff is happening in the public spotlight that we would only get comms for in the past.
Speaking of Hunter, there was one that came up in the drops that I was telling you about, like the 30 different drops that I got.
Yeah.
And one of them was Hunters Become the Hunted. And yesterday was Hunter Biden's first day in court.
Nice. From the speech, you got that.
From that 8-minute speech, I got that.
Awesome. Well, take it away, brother. Go ahead and take us down your path here.
So the very first thing, some of the first words that came out of Trump's mouth in the interview was, "These people are sick," right? And he didn't say it just once. He said it like 3 or 4 different times. Okay. So I came up with this right here, just off of that, right? So just typing into the search bar, "These people are sick. No civility unless D's win congressional control." And going back to Marjorie Taylor Greene's interview, right? Translation: MSDNC will incite push division unless D control established. Think pre-midterms, think pre-2020 election now. Reconcile 1-to-1. The only thing that matters is regaining power. Prevent the public learning of truth. Prevent accountability. Self-preservation. These people are sick. I mean, if you just listen to the interview and what she was saying, that it was Jamie Raskin, it was Democrats, it was this. And I don't know if you watched the hearing yesterday with Mr. Fraudchi, but oh man, you could tell who was who and who wasn't in there, and you've been able to tell that from the last committee hearings that we've had over the last 4 or 5 months.
How do you mean? Be specific, please, like in Fauci's situation.
So there was one representative that was throwing him softball questions, right? Another one was saying it's a travesty of how Fauci was treated in the committee hearing by Marjorie Taylor Greene, because Marjorie Taylor Greene said, I think you ought to be in prison. She flat out told him that in the committee meeting. And I guess he got destroyed by Jim Jordan too. But the biggest thing is the way the Democrats treat Fauci versus the way the Republicans are with all the evidence. You can tell the two sides, the different ones. You have one throwing softball pitches and the other one throwing fastballs. You know, you can tell it. I mean, you just see it.
Yeah. Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, in terms of the congressmen and women.
And they're mad as hell right now because they don't have control over committees. They don't have control over Congress. And they keep pulling all their bullshit over and over again to try and regain control of Congress. And as a matter of fact, Kevin McCarthy was just on there on an interview the other day talking about wanting to get rid of Matt Gaetz. And he's doing everything he can to get rid of Matt Gaetz. And that would take the Republican majority and everything would be split down the middle. So,
you know, when you hear hearings like this, did you guys watch the whole hearing?
no, I didn't. I've only seen little snippets of it.
So, I mean, it's exactly what Slow is saying. Every time they get a chance to speak, you know, it's the dog and pony show. You know, they constantly bring up things about Trump, right? And MAGA. You know, Jerry Nadler mentioned MAGA like 15 times. I'm exaggerating, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It makes me wonder if they truly believe that they still have a chance at not only, you know, taking control of the House, but, you know, maintaining a majority in the Senate. Like they really do believe that all this is going to stick. You know, Trump. It reminds me of the impeachment. Remember the impeachment? They all thought he was going to get impeached. And
Sure.
and when they voted to impeach him, it was like, you know, they were celebrating a huge victory, and then he got acquitted. That's what's going to happen here. These charges are not going to stick. He's gonna be vindicated eventually, but they're already celebrating it. They call him a convict every chance they get. It's just it's horrible. It's comical to watch, but it really is horrible to see so many of our representatives and how they truly feel, or are they being told to say what they're saying to further humiliate themselves? It's just some questions I have in my mind.
Yeah. Well, and here's another one. Post 3897, going back to that interview, right? And also what Trump was saying. Prevent the
Is
Democrat
anybody
Party.
talking right now?
Yeah. You probably don't have
They
very
can't
good
hear me.
service.
Yeah, slow's talking right now.
I must
But,
have lost
We
uh,
heard everything you said, Oliver.
Yeah.
If you can hear me,
Yeah, I lost connection.
we heard you.
You're in the show.
Prevent Democrat Party destruction by any means necessary. These people are sick. Nothing can stop what is coming. Nothing. So,
Hey, slow. Would you take out that? Slow? Would you take out that comment just because
which
it's
one?
blocking out Oliver?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, he went out and now he's coming back in, I guess, hopefully. All right, go ahead.
But, and if we look what Marjorie Taylor Greene was saying yesterday, you know, and with what I was telling you about McCarthy in that interview, you know, the Democrat Party, they're trying to prevent its destruction by any means possible. Right? So they've enlisted McCarthy to help with that because we all know he's uniparty. We all know who he took money from.
Yeah.
So it's no big secret there, right?
Right.
And that's what's going on. You know, they're trying to keep their power or regain their power.
Right.
So, I mean, and then there was another one right here. This is what from July 14th, number 3427. Remember, Hunter's trial started yesterday. Hunters become the hunted.
And Trump's speech was yesterday.
That was Sunday morning.
Sunday morning. Okay. Hunters become the hunted, and meanwhile his trial starts the next day.
Yeah.
And he opened with "These people are sick."
Yes.
I'm sure that's a coincidence.
And then
I'm sorry. I was muted for the rest of the group. My apologies. I said that Trump said this on Sunday morning. He opened his speech with "These people are sick," and Slow took that into the drops and found Hunters become the hunted, and literally the next day Hunter goes on trial. And I said, I'm sure that's a coincidence. So
yeah. And then 3724. It must be done right. It must be done according to the rule of law. And if we look, you know, the Trump's trial over the last week, it wasn't done per the law, right? It must carry weight. It must be proven in the court of law. There could be no mistakes. Good things sometimes take time. And that also takes us back to 3427 as far as the Hunter case. Attempts to slow or block the inevitable justice will fail. Democrats' election interference of 2016, Clinton, the Hussein illegal FISA, election interference 2018, Mueller, election interference 2020, impeachment, projection. These people are sick. We, the people, are the cure. And I think they're going to try to show the two different tiers of justice here between the two trials, is what I think.
nice. Yeah. I could totally see that. That's exactly what they're saying. This is not by accident.
No, it's really not. And Janine Rollins, SCOTUS, that's right. They have yet to rule on, oh, wrong one. They have yet to rule on the immunity case.
So what do you guys, what do you think we want? Do we want SCOTUS to say that the POTUS has immunity from such things? Because if that's the case, then because everyone's talking about now going after, Clinton, going after Bush, going after Obama for all their crimes against humanity, and all their crimes, period, that if they're not going to be held liable, then it's just left to the military, obviously, which we believe that's what's going to happen anyway, because what they committed was treason. Like, we don't even have to go after them for crimes against humanity because they committed treason, and the treason sentences can be death penalty, which was something that Trump did with Barr in his term. Why would they do that? Why would they bring back the death penalty for treason? If they weren't planning on using it, right? Why should I make a reservation with a restaurant if I don't plan on going there to eat? It just doesn't
Dave,
make sense.
Look at the drop from Scavino the other day with the In the Air Tonight video.
Oh, dude, that was awesome.
Did you see the length of the video and the correlation with the drop for with the document, the 18 USC 4001A?
No.
Did you read? You got to read that.
Okay.
That document explains everything you're talking about right there.
He dropped another one today. Thunderstruck by AC/DC.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah,
morning.
that was actually last night. He might have reposted it.
You're
and
right.
when
It
you
was
think
last
of
night.
when you think of Thunderstruck, that's shock.
It's the storm.
Yeah, Thunderstruck literally means to be in shock, to cause a shock and awe. I think that's mentioned 4 times in the drops. Shock, shocking, shock and awe. The enormity of it will shock the world. Things of that nature. But you mentioned the whole presidential immunity thing, right? That they already have that. Presidents already have that. They don't have to rule on that.
Right.
And they're not going to change that. And the other thing you just mentioned, they committed crimes that Trump did not commit. So forget about trying to go after Trump, which they are, for bullshit crimes. They're the ones, and it's the military without congressional oversight, and that's mentioned in the drops as well, who are going to go after these people because of their involvement with foreign entities. Once you're involved with foreign entities and commit an act of treason against your country, you're no longer protected by the Constitution. You're now an enemy combatant.
Right.
And that's
right.
how they're all going to be treated. So I believe that's why Dan dropped that, for us to reread that document, refresh our memories of how the law actually applies to the president and Congress and the AG, the Attorney General, who has they don't have authority over the president when it comes to these kinds of situations, with the military law. So, you got to check out that I posted it. I did a short recording of that document because it's too long, to add in 4 frames, and I would have had to create another thread. So I just did a short video of it.
What was the document?
That blew my mind.
What was the document?
To post In the Air Tonight with with that hook connected to that drop. It's there. It's right there. They're telling us.
Well, the 614 drop is the Our Movement speech by Trump, which is the video that will get him elected, right? That was the 614. That was the connection to the YouTube of that.
Is anybody talking right now?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
I can't hear anybody.
Is it yeah, we lost him again. Had some technical difficulties. In this day and age, 2024, why the heck are we having these kind of difficulties?
Well, he's on the road. He's on the road on his way to pick up his kids. So driving through the streets, he's dropping signal.
Yeah. But seriously though, it's like, why are we dropping signal? You know, with all these towers and all the bullshit that they got coming at us, it's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Well, the NSA is still getting the full feed.
yeah, exactly. That the call's not dropping with them.
Yeah.
No,
Um,
of course not.
let's see.
Well, I know what Oliver was talking about. Now the
Yeah, do you
time
want to
stamp,
bring up what he was talking about?
yeah. Let me close my screen here. I know what he was talking about. Oliver, the timestamp. Were you talking about the time of the video or the time it was posted?
The length of the video, I believe it was 6:13. So when you go to that drop, it's just a link, and the link leads to that article. You got to read it.
The length
It's
of the
about
video 6:13. 18. I'm going to pull up his post.
there's nobody there. Good.
This is Oliver's post. 6:13, 18 USC section 4001. A, no citizen shall be imprisoned or otherwise detained by the United States except pursuant to an act of Congress. Does not apply to the detention of U.S. citizens held as enemy combatants by the U.S. Armed Forces under the direction of the President in the exercise of his constitutional authority as Commander-in-Chief. That was drop 613. And
No. That's what I add. That was my verbiage based on that article. Based on that document, I'm telling you to look up. So they wouldn't allow me to drop the video. I did a short recording. They wouldn't allow me to upload the video. But I did. I think I did it yesterday. So there's a short video of that. But listen to what you just read. There's two things there. Trump right now is a citizen. So they can't go after him unless it's an act of Congress. But in the same token, if he's commander in chief, then his military can go after them as enemy combatants. You understand? There's double meanings there.
Okay, so the end U.S. militarism, PDF, military detention of U.S. citizens in 18 USC. So that's what drop 613 took us to. And so Oliver's saying that this drop 613, click on this, takes us to that, although the link is no longer, by the way. That link no longer works.
So I found it and I posted a short video of it. You got to go to the other drop that I put up. I think it was yesterday. It was a short video.
I'm trying to pull it up. Just a second.
Well, I'll pull it up because we don't want you playing the video anyway, because it'll might have the same problems. All right, here's Oliver's X, and is it before Melania? Here, yeah, Trump on Truth. People hanging. Here's the Thunderstruck. XRP. Am I going in the right direction?
Yes, you are. It's before that.
Here it is. I got it right here. Talking about the document from June 27th, 2002.
Yes.
Dave, I'll drop this in the chat for you.
Okay.
Or in,
private chat.
Yeah. There you go. I had to go through the Wayback Machine to get it, but here's the document.
Actually, I can't access your private chat, I don't think.
You should be able to.
Oh, there we go. Okay. It's on the Wayback Machine. Yeah. Okay. All right, here it is.
Yeah, the last few paragraphs of that, it's about 12 pages, but the last few paragraphs gives you the breakdown and that, what they concluded as far as the ruling on that section there of 18 USC.
Our conclusion that Section 4001A does not interfere with the president's constitutional authority as commander-in-chief is compelled by the well-established canon of statutory construction that statutes are not to be construed in a manner that presents constitutional difficulties so long as a reasonable alternative construction is available. See Edward J. DiBartolo Corporation v. the Florida Gulf Coast Building and Construction Trades Council. This canon construction applies where an act of Congress be read to encroach upon powers constitutionally committed to coordinate a branch of government. So that's interesting. I dropped that in the chat for everybody, and I can share the screen so everybody can see it, I guess. There we go.
Somebody's saying in the chat they can only hear me, but you guys just heard Slow read that. Yeah, everybody heard that.
Yeah, and I can hear you too.
Yeah, I
keep getting kicked out. I must have gotten kicked out 4 times already.
Oh,
well,
wow.
You're on the road still, right?
Not right at the moment. I mean, yeah, I am on the road, but I've never had issues in this area. I shouldn't have issues. There's towers everywhere. I shouldn't have issues, but I am.
Well, when you think about the stuff we're talking about here, guys, I mean, these are some pretty dank comms right here.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
So it's kind of like this used to happen to us all the time, Oliver. The guys can vouch for me here that when we were like really over the target on stuff that was strategic, we would get hammered. We would get shut down. Almost like it was white hats versus black hats doing it. And that was frustrating. And this is pretty important stuff, because what we're talking about here is, well, you don't have the presidents right now have immunity, with the exception of this document that's being pulled up, which is the differentiation between a president and an enemy combatant. And if they're committing treason, then they're an enemy combatant.
Yes. And it also defines enemy combatant in the CFR that we went over, what was it, week before last?
Yes, exactly. And
right.
That,
and so why would Scavino? I mean, when does Scavino post 6-minute videos?
Never.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, under Section 3, a review of legislative history of 18 United States Code, subsection 4001, Part A, underscores our conclusion that Congress never intended that a provision to restrict the president's constitutional authority as commander-in-chief to detain enemy combatants. While some Congress questioned the law's scope as potentially infringing on president's war powers, others assured members that the statute could not extend so far. At best, the legislative history demonstrates that Congress had no fully shared understanding of Section 4001, either regulated the president's commander-in-chief.
Oh, my God. I'm getting chills just hearing you say it, man. That's a fucking boom. A huge boom, bro. Huge boom.
The inconclusive nature of the legislative history, therefore, requires us to rely on upon the scope of the president's war power, the structure of Section 4001, and its placement in the U.S. Code and canon of avoidance.
You know they're not talking about Biden's war powers because he got no fucking war powers. Excuse my language for those listening.
So I mean, it's oh man, there's a lot. There's a lot here.
Yeah, so we have to keep in mind that we've been under emergency since December 2020, making President Trump a wartime president, keeping him commander-in-chief according to continuity of government. When you read documents like this, it kind of glues all the pieces together. And it's especially right now where they think they have him with this bullshit charge, but the real charges are coming, and not against him, against them.
Boomerang in effect. Yes.
All right. So something I wanted to say also is, yeah, this is gold right here. And first of all, I got 6 minutes and 14 seconds, but did all of you guys get 6:13 on that Scavino video?
Let me pull it up here.
Because remember, sometimes it's 1 second off, but the 6:13.
Yeah, that happens a lot, and they go hand in hand. I didn't look at 6:14. What is it?
Yeah, but let me take you down 6:13 a little bit further. Let me see here.
I got 5 minutes and 12 seconds.
No, we're talking about the Phil Collins one.
Oh, Phil Collins. Yeah, I got 6:14.
Okay. So looking at the mirror, okay, of 6:13 takes us to 3:16.
No way.
What has been said about the U.S. military? The speech yesterday verified and unlocked so much. Expand your thinking. Reread crumbs. Re-listen to yesterday's speech. Connect the markers. News in all forms unlocks the map. Expand your thinking. The Great Awakening. Martial law starting the 11th? Question mark. That's a question from an anon to Q. Justice. Again, repost about the military. Which all these anons are reposting. Yes, felt that speech was odd last night, but in a good way. POTUS emphasis and speech patterns. We need to go back and listen closely. He did emphasize words used by Q and POTUS Twitter. Find Right Side Broadcasting Network on YouTube. I think this was a speech of his in Florida, if I'm not mistaken.
It was around Christmas too, because I pulled it up on YouTube.
December 8th, right?
Well, why don't we apply his recent speeches?
Well, that's what I was thinking. Is the speech that Slow was saying about starting out with
yep, that 8-minute interview on Fox.
Yeah, these people are.
Is that the one?
Yeah,
these people are sick. The one that opened up Slow's.
And you just said about news in all forms. That's not a typical news interview. It's not a typical post. It's a post with a link to an interview by three newscasters or anchormen, anchor ladies, whatever you want to call it. And that's what stood out to me. These people are sick when I first heard it.
Yep. And then also what was the USS code name for Hussein? R in kill brackets defined. They knew all along. Expand your thinking. One of the anons came back with renegade. Connect the markers. Are these relevant? Tangent. Expand your thinking. Justice. Be the autist we know you are. It's about to break. Godspeed.
Yeah, so tie in Renegade to 18 USC 4001.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
Melania. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Slow.
The crazy part is when I was going through the drops out of that 8-minute interview clip that Trump posted, 316 was one of them that came up.
Nice. So that's a double. That's a clarification right there. And it ends. We love our U.S. military on behalf of an entire nation. Thank you for your sacrifice and service. Timestamp. How many clues must we provide? Q.
Amen. And then throw in the Melania post, the FLOTUS post at 10:01 with the picture of Epstein Island. That was just this morning. And she doesn't post every day. She might post one or two, keep it moving.
At Melania or FLOTUS?
FLOTUS archived, I think is what it is.
Yeah, something like that. FLOTUS, FLOTUS archive.
Well, FLOTUS archive takes us back to when she was FLOTUS. So it's got to be Melania because she's not FLOTUS anymore.
It was FLOTUS something because I remember seeing it.
It's not Melania's. It's not Melania's personal account.
No,
it might be her. It might be her. It might be her sock or somebody.
FLOTUS report.
I think that might be it.
Yeah. That's it. Okay. But where's the... Well, let me show this. Is this it?
We can't see it, man. You got to share your screen.
It should be... Oh, I've got to share from
It's
your...
a picture. Dave, can you hear me?
Yes.
It's a picture of Melania with shades on. No. Yeah, that's it. That one
That's
right
it.
there. Time stamp 10:01.
10:01. Okay.
It's almost like I see you. Like she's looking right at you. You know what I mean? Like I'm watching you. And then it ties to that drop with the Epstein Island.
Yeah. Damn. Let me take you guys to the drop, and that's Epstein Island, 10:01. Where do roads lead? Each prince is associated with a cardinal direction: north, south, east, and west. Sacrifice, collect. Classified 1, classified 2, tunnels. Table 29. D room H, D room R, D room C, HRC. Pure evil. Conspiracy. Q.
Yeah, and what's even crazier is also in that interview on Sunday, they were asking Donald Trump what documents he was going to release. They asked him specifically the JFK files. He said yes. Right. Then it was the 9/11 files. He said yes. The Epstein Island files. He said yes. So, oh man.
Well, the JFK files came up today. One of the timestamps a little while ago led to that drop with the JFK file. I just had it up on my laptop before I left the house. I don't know if I posted it, but that came up today.
I've always been intrigued by how close the Nickelodeon logo and little St. James is, which I just brought up.
Would you declassify?
Nope, I got to do that again. I got to see. I've got two studios open right now, so sometimes I'll bring it up on mine, and only my crew will see it. But this is the just a Nickelodeon and little St. James, and there's even another logo I think that even looks more like it.
100%. And then you throw in the Disney cruise, where the excursions would go to Epstein Island.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna listen for a while. I'm picking up my kids from school, so I'm just gonna listen in.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll try
All right,
not to lay out any F-bombs.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Good call.
I read somewhere that Disney actually bought that island.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No. I saw who bought it, and I didn't know the dude.
Okay. I've seen
Disney had their own island. Disney
they
had their own island, but it was close to his island, and they would have scuba excursions to his island.
Yeah.
And it was right next door to Joe Biden's.
And I've been on that island, on the Disney island. They only use a small portion.
I wouldn't repeat that again if I were you, Dave.
It's basically part of the Disney cruise that my friend took us on. Yeah. It's and I was invited to Richard Branson's island too. It was going to cost me $10,000, but I was invited. That's kind of, I've got a friend that's been there too.
Yeah, so you're getting okay, so your people on Rumble are not getting the full broadcast. They're getting the other studio that you opened instead of this one. Pretty much a one-sided conversation.
Oh shit. Well, okay. I think I've got to. Oh, I see what happens when I share. I've got to make sure that I share this.
Yeah.
Okay. Now everybody can hear it. So Rumble, sorry about that. X is probably the same thing, by the way. My apologies. When I share a screen from the wrong studio, you only hear me. So my apologies. But at least, you got me. It could be worse. It could be Hawk.
It could be me.
Yeah, it could be.
All right. Slow, back to you, bro. You want to continue that dive?
Okay, so let me go back here. So also under these people are sick. Now this is just these people are sick. Okay, I haven't even gotten to the other ones yet. All right.
Right.
So let me pull it up here. It's talking about Rachel Chandler. I need to share the screen again. And it's also talking about, there's a lot. So, there's a lot of them for these people are sick that involve that. Okay. Let me find it. I just had it. November 7th. POTUS just said these people are sick. We are with you, Anons. And then going into the Smollett case, the wrap-up smear deployed to Justice Kavanaugh. Wrap-up smear deployed versus POTUS. These people are sick. Wrap-up smear. The Donald Trump court this last week. And now like everybody's been saying, they can't wait for those words to come out of their mouth. 34-time convicted felon. So, he's talking about the children. And a lot of these posts that have links, you can't access these links anymore, even through the Wayback Machine.
Yeah, a lot of them been shut down.
Reread drops number 302, 1573 is the drop for this one. DOJ forced to supply, and in kill brackets, Rod Rosenstein, fireworks, rank and file testifying as informants, Hussein White House senior staffer on record, Payne, House of Cards, these people are sick, and doctors treating. Now, about that, we talked about it earlier. Hawk, do you remember, and Sir Oliver, when I pulled up the list of retired generals and admirals that sent a thing to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I remember that.
Pull it up.
He's
here.
driving, so.
Let me pull it up here. I gotta.
By the way, while you're pulling that up, I want to show you guys something that just came to my mind. We were just watching Flotus, her post that took us to to Epstein Island. You notice anything about what's behind her and how she's pictured here?
Looks like a bush.
Right? And where else have we seen like a bush? And there's Barry, and we were just given him from the 613 Scavino.
I think there's one of Prodigy on it with that too, floating around somewhere.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Slow.
So I'm still. There it is. All right. So let me switch screens here. So Carson Crow had posted an article from May 19th, right, of this year, with the 19 retired generals and admirals, writing an amicus brief to the Supreme Court against President Trump's immunity bid, right? Ray Mabus, Secretary of the Navy, 2009 to 2017, like I said earlier, the Obama years. Air Force General Michael Hayden, who is also a director of the CIA. Army General George Casey, Army General Peter Shirelli, Air Force General John Jumper, Air Force General McKinley, Air Force General Charles Wald, USMC General Carlton Fulford, USMC General Charles Krulak, USMC General Robert Magnus, Navy Admiral Steve Abbott, Navy Admiral Samuel Jones Locklear, Navy Admiral Jonathan Nathman, Navy Admiral Bill Owens, Navy Admiral Scott Swift, Coast Guard Admiral Thad Allen, former Secretary of the Army Louis Caldera, former Secretary of the Air Force Deborah Lee James, and former Secretary of the Navy Sean O'Keefe. So I'm wondering if that's what that could have been in reference to. Hello?
What's your take on that? What do you think? Did you hear me? What was your take on that?
Slow country.
Oh, my bad.
You're muted.
I was muted. If I'm going by the drop alone, rank and file typically refers to military testifying as informants. White House White House senior staffer on record. And the Secretary of the Navy, Ray Mabus, from 2009 to 2017, he would be in that category because he would have been a staffer. He would have been in the cabinet. And Payne, House of Cards, these people are sick. You know, if I'm going by that post alone, based on what I've seen, I would say that kind of applies.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe
Where
that's
did it take? Go ahead.
No, go
I
ahead.
was going to say, where did it take you next?
It also took me to 1250. Bring that back up here. Red Cross Iran, Red Cross Pakistan, Red Cross North Korea, Red Cross define smuggle. What is smuggled? What funds are used to pay for the goods? These people are sick. Relevant to events about to unfold. Follow the executive orders. And which, by the way, Joe Biden is supposed to be, well, the person playing Joe Biden is supposed to be doing an executive order to where the first, after 2,500 illegals cross the border, they close the border. And they stop taking applications for visas. So there's that one. And if I go here, we already did that one. We are being set up. Threat, past booms, Texas bombs, new booms, plane crash, plus plane 17 drop. These people are sick. Attempt to prevent drops, awakening, conspiracy, coincidence, response coming. So there's a lot here. And then let's see. Oh, here we no. That wasn't one of them. 327. Okay. This is the big one I wanted to get into. Do you believe in coincidences? Blunt and direct time. BDT. Think currency. Think fireworks. Thwarted. Message delivered. These people are sick. I've been seeing a lot about the currency situation going on. And Sir Oliver mentioned the XRP in one of his posts today, or maybe it was last night. But also, when I was on Coinbase, because that's where I do my stuff for crypto, by which none of is Bitcoin. I refuse to deal with Bitcoin. But we know that the trade agreement with Saudi Arabia and the oil is due to end on the 9th of June.
Petrodollar.
Yes. We know that, right? As far as that's going to happen.
June 9th.
June 9th. So, and then there's also been a lot and Sir Oliver posted a video about the dollar collapse, that's coming. When I was on Coinbase, it showed the US dollar was only worth 2 cents on the world market. 2 cents. That's it.
Did you grab a screenshot of that?
Oh, yeah, I can do it right now.
So real quick, I'm going to touch on that. I'm not sure who it was. I have to go back and look, but there's a resolution that was proposed to the House in regards to the Federal Reserve and the Treasury, whereas they have to, by the end of the day, according to the value of gold at that particular time, exchange the dollar for that value of gold. And if they don't, then the Treasury will then, make the transaction and penalize the Fed. It's HR. You can look it up. HR 4235, I believe, or 2345. HR 2345. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Oh, you're fine.
HR 4235, I believe. Yeah, I think that's it.
And I think that was that about the blockchain, or was that about the
No,
crypto?
no, not that one. That's different. This is solely about the Fed. So this is what they're doing. They're making the Fed give value to the dollar based off gold. And so if you and I wanted to go to any Federal Reserve Bank and exchange our dollars for gold, they would have to oblige. And if they don't, then the Treasury would finalize the transaction on behalf of the Federal Reserve and sanction them. So that to me tells me a whole lot. One being the Fed is going to incur our debt one way or another. In this case, it's lawfully and through gold, backed by gold. So it's only been proposed. It hasn't been passed yet, but I think it will be.
Okay. Oh, and I was wrong, by the way.
Are you saying
It wasn't 2 cents is what the dollar is worth. I looked at the wrong screen, is what it was. So I apologize. That was on me.
all right? That's why I had to call you out on that, brother. I needed to see some receipts on that one.
Yeah, it was on me. I looked at the wrong
But
screen.
all good. Hey, what regarding the dollar for gold, Oliver, are you saying that if we took in, a dollar, that we would get $1 worth of gold, that they're supposed to be able to give us that? And I tried to find the HR. I did all the numbers you threw out there, but none of them worked.
HR 4325.
No, I did all those.
Don't worry about it. When I get home, you guys will
Okay.
still be on. I'll bring it up.
Okay.
But what
Okay.
it's saying is that at the end of the day, at the end of the trading day, whatever gold is valued at, they have to give you that in return for the dollar. You understand? So if you and I chose to go to a Federal Reserve Bank and exchange $1,000 for gold, they would have to give you the value of gold at the end of the day, whatever it is. So they're forcing the Fed to put a value on gold in comparison to dollars, because they want us to be able to
Right.
trade our dollars for gold, which would eventually be cryptocurrency, because all the crypto is going to be backed by gold and other precious metals.
Right.
Gold being the main one. If you look at BRICS right now, BRICS is back. I don't know what they're going to choose, but they're already using that technology, and I believe it's XRP that they're using as a bridge, but it's backed by gold. So that's coming here.
It's supposed to be either XRP or Lumen, or XLM, I should say, is what I've been seeing a lot of.
So the
What's the
XRP,
other one?
the XRP
What?
XLM, Stellar
Okay.
Lumens. So the XRP is designed for financial institutions to send money time. So instead of there being a 3 to 5 business day wait on the transaction to go through, it's instant, 3 to 4 seconds. So financial institutions are able to move billions of dollars a day using one XRP. Follow? So they're saving, in essence, billions of dollars in fees by using this blockchain technology, the XRP ledger. The Stellar Lumens, kind of the same concept, but more on a retail level, where XRP is financial institutions, XRP is retail, XDC is commodities, like the market. So all that has been running concurrent with our financial system that runs off Swift. Ripple partnered with Swift last year, and I guess they're going through the transition as we speak. And I believe that one day we're going to wake up and that switch is going to be flipped and everything's going to be turned around to cryptocurrency. You see what's going on right now with the glitching, with all of these huge companies losing
How about
99 to
hey,
100%
talk
of
about
their
Berkshire? Talk about Berkshire
value?
Hathaway real quick.
It's one of the companies that lost almost 100% of their value.
Yeah,
And
Berkshire
GameStop, I
Hathaway.
don't know if you guys have been following GameStop, but they're trying to short the shit out of it. It's not working. There's so much going on right now. And for me, it's always been the financial aspect of everything has to happen first. So the gold and silver value is going to begin to raise, like we're witnessing right now. Going up in value.
Okay.
The denari, I believe, the dinar was already revalued.
Yeah, we lost you on that. The dinar being revalued. We lost you, Oliver.
I'll be right back. I got to let the dogs in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oliver, are you still with us?
Probably just a little signal issue where he's at, driving through the city. And he's right, though. With the technology that we have today, there should be no damn issues. None.
No. Yeah. Exactly. But what we're talking about is, I don't know. It's hard to figure out what exactly the problem is, but it's it took us a long time before we started blaming Facebook for getting knocked off back in the day. But then it was clear to us that whenever we used a certain keyword that we were talking about, that we were getting cut off.
The big old V word or the big old C word.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the M word or the P word or the J and J words.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lord.
So I have one of the kids let the dogs in. But I also wanted to go over this real quick. Hakeem Jeffries just posted on X about birth control and all that stuff. And for people that don't really go to the doctor, they use Planned Parenthood or something like that. This post also came up under These People Are Sick. Review the congressional investigation on Planned Parenthood. Be prepared for what you learn. Next question, how are they allowed to operate? These people are sick.
Tragic.
So, yeah, that can't be coincidence there. And plus, has anybody else ever noticed that when you reply to a congressional person, on X or something like that, you very rarely get a reply?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they don't have the balls to really talk to us. You know what I mean? They'll tell stuff to us, but they don't have the nerve, the gumption, or the testicles to talk with us about anything. That's just a fact. You know, look at guys like, you know, you got Ben Bergquam out there. You got Laura Loomer, who's out there. Laura Logan, who's out there. You know, James O'Keefe. You know, these actual reporters who do investigative journalism and bring you truth. They don't want to have a conversation with anybody like that, because, you know, if they brought truth, then we wouldn't need them anymore. You know, because the problems would be fixed. You know, as a matter of fact, I just saw a post on Twitter not too long ago here that said basically, you know, well, if pharmaceutical companies cured you, they'd go bankrupt. If banks helped you get out of debt, they'd collapse. If politicians actually solved all your problems, nobody would elect them again. It's all a big show. Everything is fake. You're both muted, so if anybody's talking back to me, I don't hear you.
No, I've got dogs yapping.
I hear you. You know, it's I have that problem often. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like just following up on that. It's, can we fix the problems in the way that we have created the problems? And Buddha says or no, Gandhi said you cannot solve the world's problems in the same space energy with which you created them. Actually, I think that might have been who was that? Was that Einstein that said that? Help me out, folks, out there. But basically, if you think about Q and you look at all the comms and all the drops, Q said only transparency is the only way. Transparency, justice, also military is the only way forward. That means that the system that we have now, the checks and balances of the legislative, the judicial, and the executive branch of the government that have created all these problems and are part of the system, are not the ones that are going to be able to fix the problems. And thus, military is the only way, is the reason why, you know, that came up at all. Right? So we're going down this path of understanding that we can't be doing things the way we've always been doing them. Right? So
okay.
So the other one I got was towards the end of the interview from Sunday, which was post number 4313 under weaponization. Okay. And it says worth remembering, and it has a link there for an article. And the article was put out by New York Times, I believe. Inquiry by CIA affirms it spied on a Senate panel. An internal investigation by the CIA has found that its officers penetrated a computer network used by the Senate Intelligence Committee in preparing its damning report on the CIA's detention and interrogation program. Oh, look, there's John Brennan.
Well, how did you get to this spot?
When Trump was doing that interview, he said that they were becoming weaponized, you know, that they weaponized the system against him. And they've been having the weaponization of the government committee a lot. And oh, I can't remember. Pretty boy from California. I can't remember his name. Uh, Fang Fang, the Fang Fang dude.
Swalwell.
Swalwell.
Yeah, well, he was talking about how we were all conspiracy theorists and all this, a whole big rigmarole of how the government can do no wrong, right?
Imagine being known as the Fang Fang guy.
The bang, 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 bang guy.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just so I came up with that post 4313, and then let's see here. Let me go back here, and then I also did weaponize. Okay, weaponized surveillance. Right here. Here's a link. May 21st, April 30th. And I've been looking at the dates too on the posts to see if the dates kind of track a little bit, just out of morbid curiosity. So we have this one, 3838. Control over the media has kept people in the dark. Control over the media has kept people at heel or behind. Control over media has kept people focused on falsehoods. Control over media has kept people in a constant state of fear. Control over the media has divided our republic into segments by race, religion, class, political affiliation, gender, and kill brackets weaponized. When a citizenry is divided, they have no collective power. When a citizenry has no collective power, they can no longer control the levers that govern them, the levers of control. It's the illusion of democracy. Which I thought that was pretty interesting considering everything over the last couple of weeks, Post number 570.
I mean, the weaponization of not just, the three-letter agencies, one being the DOJ, which he's under right now.
Yes. So, there's a lot here. In 570, Will Sessions dropped the hammer, one of 22. Memo shifts the narrative. Memo reinstates Sessions' authority in reference to Russia. All. Memo factually demonstrates a collusion at the highest levels. Memo actually demonstrates Hussein admin weaponized intelligence community to ensure a Democrat victory plus insurance. And that kind of goes back to that one post, 4313, where it takes the article because it was talking about how the intelligence CIA spied on the intelligence committee in the Senate. Memo factually demonstrates knowingly false intel provided to FISA judges to obtain warrants. See, the 16-year plan to destroy America, Hussein, and we were just talking about him earlier, renegade, install rogue ops, leak see intel military or mil assets, cut funding to military, command away from generals, launch good guy takedown, which we've seen that with Trump, internal removal, Valerie Jarrett, sniffer, SAP sell-off, Snowden open source, Prism key score, military v bad actors, plus clowns, no such agency, target to weaken conservative base, open border, flood illegals, Democrat win, ISIS MS-13 install, fear targeting removal, domestic assets, blind eye to North Korea nuke build, classification 1, 2, 3. Blind eye to Iran, fund and supply. Blind eye to class 23 to 41. Stage Supreme Court AS 187. As I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Adam Schiff. Uranium 1 fund supply, Iran, North Korea. Kill NASA. Prevent space domination, allow bad actors to take down military satellites. Secure comms install WMDs, risk of empty space. HRC, World War III, death and weapons, real, war and fake. Controlled population growth control. Pocket billions, eliminate final rogue ops within the government, kill the economy, open borders, revise constitution, ban sale of firearms, the Second Amendment removal, install on team Supreme Court justices, removal of electoral college, manipulation, illegal votes, Soros machines, remove funding of military, closure of U.S. military installations, worldwide, Germany first, destruction of opposing MSM and other news outlets, censoring class 1 through 59, pure evil, narrative concept, Sessions Nunez, Russian ops, Republican distortion of facts to remove Mueller, POTUS free pass, shut down primary reasons, distract, weaken military assets, including illegal votes, black voters abandoning, keep them starved, keep them blind, keep them stupid. And these right here, we see all of this going on right now.
Absolutely.
Every one of them, except for to remove Mueller. But Mueller, and I've said it before many times, Mueller came from the same law firm as a lot of these asshats. The Great Awakening, fight, fight, fight. So I thought that was pretty interesting. And there was one, I got to go to it here. And it was number 1664. I'm just using the base word here just to see what it came up with. And let me get down to it here. I think I passed it. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it this way. Right here. There will be no civil war. Coordinated MSM hysteria designed to instill fear. Change the narrative. North Korea is not advancing their weapons program. Coordinated MSM hysteria to instill fear. Change the narrative. Fake news. And I've been seeing a lot of posts about civil war and how this is ultimately going to lead to a civil war. So I just had to throw that in there. As far as, because that was also something that came up.
What took you to that last drop, 1664?
It was, oh crap. I want to say it was post. You know what? I think it was weaponization is what I think it was. Or weapon or something.
Because weaponization isn't in that.
No. Oh, it was 1034 is what it was. True Social 1034.
What do you mean?
When I typed in the time stamp, let me do it here. I think that's how it came up. I was going fast and furious.
No, how that can be.
Just before I went to get my daughter. No, that wasn't it. I might have wrote it down. Or I might have wrote it down wrong. When I was doing the dive in here, I might have typed in the wrong number. So that might have been just complete accident.
Okay.
At the time.
Interesting, though. I mean, it speaks definitely to the topic at hand. So even if it was a happy accident, it's significant. Because Q told us all that stuff.
I think it was a happy accident, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. And how much more did you get out of that speech?
Oh my God. So, and if I'm looking at, and Trump mentioned spider web.
Interesting.
So, real quick, I just dropped a link in the private chat that you guys were talking about North Korea, South Korea in that mess.
Yeah.
Up there. Okay. Check out that link that I just put in there. You probably have Dave bring it up so that it plays through without glitching.
Yeah, gonna have to.
Can you guys hear me?
There he is. Hey, Sir Oliver. Welcome
What's
back.
up, guys? What are we on?
Well, if I told you what I was on,
about North Korea, about Hawk just dropped a North Korea story, and we lost him again. Shoot. Here we go.
South Korea right now. We have just got back to our hotel room from being out for a meal this evening. The time is, let me just check. It's just coming up to 9 p.m. and we've just received this alert on our phones. Like, we've got the normal iPhone, it's from the UK, but this alert has just come up. Check it out. Okay, so this popped up right there. Can you see it? Public safety alert. It's all in Korean. Now check this out when I translate it into English. An unknown object estimated by the North Korean South Korean Slayer was identified in the sky near Seoul, and the military is taking action. Please refrain from outdoor activities and do not contact when identifying unknown objects, and report to the military base or the police. What does that even mean? So from reading that, that could be North Korean object in the sky, military have picked it up. I have no idea. There's no sounds going on. There's nothing happening outside. We've just literally been out and it's literally normal out there. People walk around having a normal time. Is this a normal thing in South Korea? Does it happen a lot? Pretty mental. Let us know. Is this like a normal occurrence? Do we have anything to worry about? It's pretty strange for us to experience this. We've just come from China. Nothing like this happened. But like, to receive this information on our phone, on our screen, as we've just come into our hotel room about Seoul, and we're in Seoul right now, is just a bit concerning.
That was last night?
Well, it was so 9 p.m. for them, I believe, would have been 9 a.m. Well, it's 22. So it was posted 22 hours ago.
So did you guys go over Donald Trump's post and repost where he says, "Thank you to all the incredible patriots who came out last night upon my return to Mar-a-Lago"?
No,
I haven't gone over that.
So I haven't gone too deep with this, but we've heard "upon my return" before, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So this drop, he posted at 9:40, at 10:35. And I always do the caps, you know that.
Yeah.
But there's 41 minutes in between the two drops and 14 caps. So there's a mirror, right? The 14 and the 41. And the
Yeah.
211 is the length of the video, and that says North Korea underscore SpaceX. When you look at the 41, drop 41, it mentions North Korea's nuclear weapons. Shocking. No global news agency suspects we had anything to do with it. Enjoy the crumbs. There's your shocking. You're thunderstruck.
Right. Right.
You know. Uh, yeah, and then the drop 14. That's a big one. It's always a big one there. And it says here at the bottom, how is POTUS always 5 steps ahead? Who is helping him? Wizards and Warlocks, Guardians of the Galaxy, SpaceX.
Yep. This this just happened 8 hours ago. North Korea ship sank, killing 90 soldiers.
Mm.
A South Korean Navy ship patrols the fishery near the border facing North Korea on. No, I'm sorry. That was wait a minute. Oh, this photo is from 2018, but this just happened because it was close to South Korea. It's led to considerable internal turmoil among the rank and file of North's military. The large ship carried more than 130 laborers, all mobilized from within the military, and sank in a river while transporting the group to build border fortifications in the country's east, it said. The report
There's
linked
probably
the
a lot going on in that area, especially with all the threats between China and Taiwan, and from China to Canada, and then the U.S. chiming in. So there's probably a lot going on in that China Sea right now.
Yeah. It's the North Koreans are GPS jamming. They're sending trash balloons. They've got balloons filled with trash. They're sending to South Korea. Now, South Korea's National Intelligence Service has not made public any similar assessments in its intelligence reports on the North. The North Koreans have had a cyber operation that had hacked the personal communications of senior defense officials in the South. He mobilized 1,000 troops a day beginning in mid-January. Kim Jong-un's fiery national address in which he called the South his regime's principal enemy, a move that led longtime North Korean watchers to conclude that Kim had made a decision to go to war.
Check this out. It has been 2 years since President Marcos Jr. won the Philippines presidential race, and tensions are high in South China Sea. Each day brings new confrontations between Chinese and Filipino vessels in the disputed waters. In a departure from, and this was 7 hours ago, in a departure from his predecessor, President Duterte's stance, President Marcos Jr. has a tumultuous relationship with China, from canceling BRI projects to brinksmanship in the South China Sea. Relations between Manila and Beijing have deteriorated. At the same time, the Philippines draws closer to the U.S., potentially changing the complexion of U.S.-China rivalry in the Indo-Pacific. As each side assert their claims, are we one miscalculation away from armed conflict?
Wow.
So you were talking about SpaceX, Sir Oliver, in that one post. Check this out. Elon Musk posted June 1st Starship Flight 4 with many improvements aiming to launch on Thursday. The main goal of this mission is to get much deeper into the atmosphere during re entry ideally through max heating. Okay. Now,
Max
that would,
Heaton.
yeah. And then also, I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday, June the 3rd. Starship is ready to fly.
What's that from?
Elon Musk on X. He posted that yesterday.
I wonder what Space Force is saying. The other day, remember when Trump came out and gave his news conference after the verdict? RSBN advertised that they were gonna, host it live. It was silent for a minute and 1 second, and I shit you not, Space Force dropped something about 101 uh, plans or something like that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna bring it up. "101 critical days of summer." This was just a short while after Trump spoke. Trump spoke at 11. This came out at 11:14. 101 critical days of summer. Yeah, I don't think that was a coincidence, but it could have been. Um, Real quick, I wanted to point out it was HR 2435. You guys mind if I read it real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. So this is HR 2435, Gold Standard Restoration Act, and it's sponsored by Representative Alexander Mooney. He's with the he's a Republican from West Virginia, and it was sent to the Financial Services House Committee. So basically, what it says is this bill requires the Department of the Treasury to define the Federal Reserve note dollar in terms of a fixed weight of gold based on that day's closing market price of gold. Federal Reserve banks must exchange Federal Reserve notes with gold at this price and create processes to facilitate exchanges between banks and the public. If a Federal Reserve bank does not do this, Treasury must make any exchange and place a corresponding lien on the assets of that bank. In addition, Treasury and the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve must report on U.S. gold holdings. So they're pretty much saying that they have to disclose what they have as far as value in gold. It has to match. That's whole Basel 3 compliance. It was Basel 1, 2, 3, and I believe we're in Basel 4 right now. But part of that was that banks and financial institutions have to have uh, the the same value, or if not more, of gold that they claim to have in actual dollars. There's no more speculation, you know. So I can see, not only can I see this happening and moving forward, I could see a revaluation of gold coming real soon.
Oh, speaking of that, Sir Oliver, Marox or Marox just posted something. I dropped it in the chat. I'm going to drop it in the private chat here also for everybody. The debt clock updated, not the hidden picture, but the debt clock itself. Let me share this. This is gonna. You were talking about gold just now, and this just happened to come up. So
Is that the one that shows gold at 36,000 an ounce?
no, it shows uh, dollar to gold ratio now $1,104 per ounce, compared to 1913, it was 28.18 an ounce, which in that video you had posted, they were talking about the Treasury is going to have to reevaluate the gold in order to pull some money out of their tuchus.
Interesting. So now they finally
would-
put a value on
they-
gold on the debt clock.
Well, they would have to bring gold up to about $10,000 an ounce in order to cover their debt.
Minimum 10,000.
Not kidding. So the thing is when gold goes up, what goes up? Silver, and that's what they're afraid of.
And it shows that went up too. Dollar to silver ratio now $151 per ounce.
Holy shit! When did this? This supposed to happen today? Because I was looking at this yesterday and I didn't see this yesterday.
Is this just now?
Wow.
Yeah, Mayrox just posted this.
They finally did it. Holy shit! This is big news.
Yeah, it is.
This is big news. Wow. So that's going to go up exponentially from here.
Yeah, we could literally see a silver price around anywhere between $800 to $2,000 an ounce in a relatively short period of time. Once they revalue the gold, that's it. Silver goes up, and there's no stopping it. I could actually, honestly, because of the electronic capacity of silver, what silver is capable of doing in comparison to what gold's capable of doing, I can see the value of silver actually progressing beyond what gold is.
I agree.
So we could see gold sitting at 10,000, and we could see silver sitting at 14 to 15,000.
I can see that. It's actually more valuable on paper right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, one thing we got to remember though is the one thing that is got to hold silver down to a realistic price is the fact that it is used in everything we use. I mean, if the silver goes up in those kind of prices, the iPhone prices, all the cell phones, the computers, whether it be a laptop or regular computer, everything goes up. Cars.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's been a benefit to us having silver at these low prices because there's so much that's made with it. And that's why a lot of people don't think that silver is going to go through the roof, because if it does, that fucks us all.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, because what if, like I was just talking about a little while ago, what if they revalue gold to, I've heard numbers as high as 35,000, per ounce. And if that's the case, and they have to put a value on the dollar and give you, gold in exchange for that dollar, then with the price of everything going up, so would the value of the dollar. And I would imagine that the price of other, commodities and things that we, use on a daily basis would come down. For instance, the cost of home, the cost, to buy a car, things of that nature, they would all have to come down.
It would take us back to 1950s prices for automobiles, homes, property purchases, grocery purchases, everything all the way down the line would go back to basically 1950s prices with the new standard.
Pretty much.
But with silver wasn't priced at the prices you guys are talking about. So how's it going to get back to 50s?
All the silver during the 1950s had been confiscated already.
They didn't give it. They never gave us the true value of silver. Hey, I'm ready, brother. I'm ready. Bring it on. I got my silver bags.
In the Bible, it says 10-1.
That's right, 10-1.
Okay.
Dave,
So
do you
for
have?
every 10 ounces of silver is an ounce of gold.
That's right. It's more valuable. Do you have any gold, silver, Dave?
Yeah, but I've been selling a lot of it because I've needed to
Pay
bring
bills.
stuff together. Yeah.
Hold on to whatever else you got.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, it's
most of it's gone.
Do you have any crypto?
No.
Get some XRP. Hit me on the back channel. I'll show you how to do it.
yeah. I've been using Coinbase for my XRP.
That's
and
right.
XLM.
Coinbase relisted it, right? Well, not that they relisted it, but you can get it through Coinbase now again.
Yeah, you can get
Right?
it through Coinbase, and right now I think it's at 52 cents a token.
Yeah, that's a steal, man. That's a steal. Because when they flip the switch, I mentioned this earlier. Banks are going to be saving billions of dollars annually on fees alone. So what is XRP going to be worth to them? Right now it's 52 cents. That can go up, to the hundreds, maybe even thousands overnight and grow from there. So,
And XLM's at 11 cents a token.
yeah. And XDC is even cheaper, right? It's at 3-4 cents, something like that.
Well, there's even a Pepe. Have you seen the Pepe?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a straight up meme coin, though. It's not really, doesn't have any use case. It's just, it's based on popularity, really. XRP is the only one that has clarity. It's got tremendous use case. XDC goes right along with it, as
Yeah,
well as
XDC is
XLM.
sitting at a little over 3 cents a token.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one you want to get. And they're all ISO 222 compliant, which means when they do flip the switch, they're all ready to go. All the rest have to become compliant. They already are.
Mhm. Well, it
Man, this
says
is great news, man. Holy
well,
shit.
it says the dollar to silver ratio now is $151 per ounce. But if you look at the price of silver right now, it's the silver ask is $29.60.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's that telling us at 151? Just what it should be at? It doesn't make any sense.
I think that's what they're exchanging it at. Keep in mind, banks, when they do business, they base it off 400 ounce bars of gold. They always have. The same applies with silver. So this is not for us per se. This is for the ones who are actually trading silver and or gold and other commodities. For us, it's still $29, which I bought it in 17 for 17. So it's gone up a good amount since then. But like Hawk was just saying, that's eventually that's going to be worth more than gold.
But yeah, the other thing we can look at is what are the treasuries basing their amount off of? As far as that's concerned, are they fudging the numbers on paper to be able to get more out? That's my question.
The same thing with XRP. I believe they're keeping it very, very affordable so that more people can buy into it. There was something that was going in reverse, and I'm trying to find it. I don't see it. I don't see anything going in reverse anymore. No, everything's going up.
I just thought that was interesting that you guys were talking about that, and then she posted that. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Um, the debt clock update. We have some prices placed on the U.S. debt clock. It has been empty for some time. In fact, many countries in the East have been wondering when those numbers would show up. Well, they are here now. This doesn't mean that these are the prices that are set in stone. It just means that there are prices to work from going forward as our world resets the price of gold and reclassifies gold as money. When the system turns on, those rates could quickly change to a high demand. Gold will set us free. This is copyright Goldilocks that Mayrock's reposted.
And I'll tell you right now, the money creation was going in reverse. The US M2 money supply was going in reverse. They are no longer going in reverse. We may be witnessing right now in real time the correction of the financial system. It's just going to go up from here.
And we were just talking about that earlier, not so much the reverse, about the petrodollar. June 9th is when the deal with Saudi Arabia is due to expire.
Right, the 70-year contract.
Yeah, we were just covering that. I think you might have been offline, but that was so that's June 9. And we also said we did a post where it called for martial law, and Anon was asking about martial law on the 11th. That
Right.
was
Right, yeah, I remember that drop.
yeah. But yeah, I remember when the M2 money supply was going in reverse.
Remember? And it's
Yeah.
not it wasn't just that. There were several categories that were going in reverse. And now they're
Had to
not.
do with the currency. It had to do with the currency, right?
Right.
Yeah.
The currency creation. The creation of money, the M2, they were going in reverse. The treasury dollars. And now it just says USA Treasury dollars 2025. And we're at a
little over a
trillion.
trillion.
Yeah.
1.5 trillion.
1.5. Yep. Oh, this is great.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It's gonna be a hot summer.
Yes, it is.
It's I mean, they're still pushing this the ZZX, the H1.
Fuck them.
Yeah. They
I
didn't
hope
get
they all get it.
Yeah, they didn't get the mandate though. They didn't get control over us that they were trying to do. That didn't happen. And they were pushing for that big time.
Oh my.
Too many countries waking up.
Lori just put this in the chat.
Oh my God. Good call, Lori. Good call. The Trump rally is in Vegas on the 9th.
Yeah.
Nice. That's where it all started. Right before the drops, remember?
Yeah, with the shooting, the mass shooting? Yeah. And that led to the collapse of the one side of the triangle.
That's right.
Saudi Arabia and the purge and the beginning of the capitulation tour. Yeah, man. This is trippy. Yeah. I don't really understand that silver ask.
Well,
but,
if we're going based off of the post where she says this is just the beginning, so what if this is their base number?
Yeah, I think it's what Slow is saying. I think they're still keeping it affordable for us. Because remember, whatever they invest in right now, it's going to eventually be confiscated. Right? Based off the 13848, 13818.
right.
So, it doesn't matter what they do right now. And as you witnessed yesterday, with all what they're referring to as glitches, with all the companies, the main one being Berkshire, literally crashing 100%. I think that's coming. And I don't think that's a glitch. I think that's, a confiscation of their assets, pretty much, and then they'll be in control of it all. I'm hoping. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's oh good lord.
I mean,
It's
Well,
how
I
does that
know that
happen? How does
I
that
know
happen?
that 13818 is actionable as of March 12th. That I can prove. I went over that a while back. I actually put a post out in that regard, and the 13848 was updated again in February. So it's just a matter of time before that one's actionable. So let's see what happens.
and then here's this too. Uh, One of the drops that I came across was watch for House bills to come out this week. Okay, let me pull this up.
Mm.
And one of them is House Resolution 1269.
What is that saying?
Providing for consideration of Bill H.R. 8580, making appropriations for military construction, Department of Veterans Affairs related agencies for fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 for other purposes, and providing consideration for Bill H.R. 8282 to impose sanctions with respect to the International Criminal Court engaged in any effort to investigate, arrest, detain, prosecute, or any protected person of the United States and its allies.
Yeah, I believe that executive order against the International Criminal Court is still in effect. It was not revoked. Not that any of them are revoked, in my opinion, because I don't think he has that power. I think it's all show, but that's one that they left alone.
So yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Very, very
And
well.
after, let me go here real quick. Let me scroll back up. If we look at the calendar, share that real quick. There is nothing.
Interesting. Well, they go on break for the summer. They go on break for like a month and a half. That's the house.
That's the House.
Yeah, they go on break traditionally every summer. They go on break. They come back September, early October.
So yeah, I mean, but primarily, okay, it was post offices that they were doing this week primarily.
Hmm.
The Illegitimate Court Counteraction Act, that's 8282. 1269, they were doing that one, military construction. And 118.535, the Committee on Rules to Accompany Resolution 1269. So this is interesting. So yeah. And we can add another name to the list of resignations too.
Who's that?
It is Stacy Gilbert left her post as senior civil military advisor in the State Department's Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration on Tuesday. So today. She worked under Blinken. The State Department under Anthony Blinken falsified a report to absolve Israel of responsibility for blocking humanitarian aid flows into Gaza. So yeah, I'll drop this. This was blacklisted news.
Has there been a Mallorca sighting since he had his hearings?
I think he just testified last week or the week before.
Mallorca's?
Yeah.
I know they had Merrick Garland in. I didn't know they had Mayorkas in.
I think they had him in the week before, or not last week, but the week before that, because there was stuff getting out of control at the border again. And one of the committee members said, even though we were unable to have you tried in the Senate, we could still drag you back here to testify. I thought it was great. Not so much those exact words, but it was along those lines. It was great.
I'm trying to find the bill that was proposed years ago in regards to cold storage wallets, where they were requiring every bank to set up cold storage wallets for their customers. And I know I have it. I'm just having a hard time finding it. It hasn't passed, but it hasn't been knocked down either. It was introduced, but I can't find it.
So, oh man, have you been seeing posts, everybody here on panel about, well, even in the chat about people having problems with Twitter and being able to post things?
Yes, last couple of days. This morning it was bad.
So, with what you were mentioning a little bit ago, Sir Oliver, I think it was the Trump post. 459 or at 954, the inverse of it. 10,
Okay.
comma 10-9 in kill brackets. Operational windows 5 to 6. F Delta C2526 secured. The floor is yours. Twitter FW. Twitter kill brackets kill rogue. Confirmation Snow White.
It's one of those drops where you need the autism.
Yes.
It's all military lingo. I saw that. I was looking at that earlier.
What drop is that, Slow?
459.
How about Trump posting a picture of him with his mom in a Santa apron?
Yes. The mom who saved the country, right?
That was great.
Christmas in July.
Yes. Yes.
Man.
That just came up the other day. That just came up.
That dropped?
Christmas in July. Yeah. Xmas in July. Xmas in July. Is that the one you're talking about? Because I think there's more than one.
Let me see. I'm looking up that one that yeah. Twitter. What were people having problems with Twitter?
Posting, there being a delay.
Visibility. Yeah, there was a huge delay. iPod, who usually gets a lot of views, was getting very little views. He was getting, he always jokes around. He said he was getting more, you know, pussy in my bio.
Right.
Post. You know,
Yeah.
it's like when you're over Target, you get a bunch of those.
Oh man, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It takes me so long to click on each one and watch them. I mean, it's very distracting. What? Nothing? Freaking crickets out of you guys.
Yeah,
Um,
it's
these are the
not.
Xmas in DC, by the way. Yeah.
Oh man.
Mostly it's about Zuckerberg and Facebook and the campaign contributions. People have power. Don't forget how to play. Together you are strong. Facebook violation of your privacy, actively tracking you, reading your private messages, censoring, anti-conservative. More will drop. We have it all. Class action lawsuits are effective. Global. At Jack, you're next. What is Jack's secret Twitter handle? Dummy accounts to talk. What you see is limited. Think emails, Loretta Lynch, HRC, Hussein, etc. By the way, Oliver, when I pulled up that picture of Melania and with the glasses that led us to Epstein Island, it reminded me of Obama's portrait because behind her was like a wall of like a fern or something, of plants. And Obama's portrait is obviously of him, coming at it, sitting in that wall of fern or whatever the hell that was. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, and Ivanka, not too long ago, posted on Instagram a post of herself. Remember, with the ivy on either side of her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Hey, how about this one? I this one killed me. This was the one where he mentioned his book, where he says, "Do you have a copy of my latest book? Before I ran for politics, they all loved me. From
Right.
Hillary to Oprah to stupid Robert De Niro, they
Right.
all spoke glowingly of me. Do you have a
Yeah.
copy of Letters to Trump?" Yeah, wait, was that the one? Did we go over that one?
I don't think so.
Was that the 14 902? Hold on. So for me, he's telling you, to read between the lines. He mentions Oprah, Hillary, and De Niro. They speak of him glowingly. Are they cooperating? Did they capitulate and are now doing what they're told? Uh, Let me just go. Nope, that's not the one. Okay, here it is. I said, you may not think anything is happening, but if you read between the lines, you'll be able to paint the picture. Hillary, Oprah, De Niro all spoke glowingly of Trump. Are they cooperating? Is an eyewitness more valuable alive? Much will be revealed, uh, but not everything can be publicly disclosed. There was once darkness, there is now light. Where there was once darkness, there is now light. See the signing, sea to shining sea seals Godspeed. So I kind of just collected a little bit from all these drops because the 902 with the timestamp is seals. Where there was once darkness, there is now light. See the shining sea, Godspeed. There was 27 caps in there, and that says not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we cannot recover from. Now, keep in mind, this is 2017. So when he says much will be revealed, just look back at what has been revealed already. And then what was the other drop? I thought there was another one in there. Oh, I didn't add the other ones. There's more. I didn't add them, but it makes you wonder if it was the deltas for the day. So you had Hunter Biden going to trial for a gun, and the delta for the day was literally the drop shaped in a gun, shaped in the shape of a gun, which says
Oh,
boom,
the
boom,
boom,
boom.
boom, boom. Yeah,
Yeah,
boom, boom, boom. Okay.
yesterday's delta,
Oh my
and
God.
that
Yeah.
also says dark to light. So the 902 says where there was once darkness, there's now light. That drop literally says dark to light.
Hmm.
Well, and also in the post that I brought up earlier was hunters become the hunted.
Right. Right. That's right.
This is 1440 is the boom, 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 boom. A week to remember, dark to light, blackout necessary. 1440.
Did you hear
June
about the
3rd.
power going out? I want to say it was it North Korea where the power went out? Where they had power outages today?
I don't know.
Support. Support.
Hey, I
Support.
come across that
Hawk, you're
post.
not muted.
Support.
Hawk, you're not muted.
We want to get you to the right expert for your issue. What can
Hey, hey, Hawk.
Account status.
He get
This ought to be good. Let's see if he gets pissed.
Yeah,
Let's see if he gets pissed at the robo caller. All right, he muted.
Okay, that's funny.
But I come across that post right there, the Washington crossing the Potomac.
That's a Delta too.
Yeah.
I come across that the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Military intelligence, skiff. How is POTUS always 5 steps ahead? Who's helping POTUS? What happens if Soros-funded operations get violent and engage in domestic terrorism? What happens if mayors, police, comms, chiefs do not enforce the law? Think recent events. You have more than you know. Full circle. What's the name of today's show? Boomerang. Full circle. Come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Military intelligence and state secrets. This was October of 2017, guys.
That's right.
And then this more recent one was 2020. After some of the riots stuff at the end of May, early June of 2020. But why are they allowed to operate? What happens if their operations get violent? Well, then it goes to the 818,
Right.
13818, and they take all of Daddy Soros's assets.
I believe it's already in play. Fletch posted the other day about Huma, pulling a fast one on Alex, and that's why they're together right now, because she's basically obtaining information from him, but he doesn't know it. I think they're both working, for the good guys now, and not willingly, forcefully. I was thinking about this the other day, how there are people who are 100% against us, us being the good people of the world, and still believe that they're in control, not knowing that the strings have been cut. So they just go on with the status quo, and in doing so, we're able to gain a lot of information from them because they're just, acting as if they still have all this power and nothing is happening to them, so they can, operate freely. Am I
Yeah.
making sense?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's, when you think about how little we know on the white hat side, and we're pretty dialed in with the drops and, paying attention to the comms and doing what we've been told to do, which is, be careful who we follow, no outside comms, operators never divulge. So we're going in the direction of no outside comms. So we're paying attention to the ones that are part of the operation. And we don't know a lot of what's happening and going on. So think about the other side of this equation with the black hats, right? And the people that have been doing really bad things for a very long period of time. They may think they're still acting with impunity because of that's what the white hats want. Like what they just said, why is Antifa allowed to operate? Well, we want them to show their hand. We want to see who's a part of it because we don't want to move forward with those people. We need to know all the bad players. We need everybody exposed because if we're going to step into a new earth with just like abundance and love and gratitude and joy and connection and transparency and accountability and justice, if we're going to step into that new earth, we can't be doing it with the people that are willing to set fires in the Northwest to make it seem like global warming and the rioters and all these people that have done horrendous things in the name of social justice worrying, but all along being paid by Soros. It's I mean, that's kind of what you're talking about, right?
Right. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Put it in better words. Articulated it better than I did. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I noticed when I went into X, Pierre, who's also very knowledgeable with the Q drops.
Yes.
He posted all of the Vessel, yeah. He posted all of the JFK files. I mean, all of them. He dropped the link to all the files.
Is that right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he let me see.
Yeah, this is wow. It's like over, man, there's thousands of them.
So I don't mean to interject here, but you were talking about Hunter Biden a few minutes ago. Mayrox just put another post in. It says Hallie Biden will testify about her own use of crack, and it will be embarrassing, the jury heard. Hines said Hallie will testify about her own crack use. She will do so under an immunity agreement, the jurors were told. They have already heard that Hallie was introduced to crack by Hunter and that they had a romantic relationship. Hallie was clean by the time Hunter purchased the gun and is clean today, the court heard. That was an article that was dropped at 10:38 this morning on the Daily Mail. Okay.
Wow.
It's quite ironic that Hallie used Hunter's crack and Hunter used her crack.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's fucked up. Hey, so the evidence is in. Hunter Biden's laptop is officially, evidence, and Ashley Biden's diary. If she's testifying and she's admitting to her use of crack under the influence, his influence, of course, then I'm assuming you know, no, I'm talking about Ashley. I'm talking about somebody else. That's somebody else entirely. Ashley's his sister, right?
Yeah,
That
Ashley's
Biden,
sister.
that Joe Biden slept with. Right.
Yeah.
Well. Anyway, sorry to change the subject a little bit, but I believe her diary is in evidence now, and they're going to use it. The jury's going to get to see it, as well as some things from the laptop. If the laptop is entered into evidence, then the jury gets to see it. And if they're talking about all this, crack use now, then I'm assuming they're gonna have to show what's in the laptop. That would be interesting.
Yeah, well, so when I typed in the 1038 for the timestamp, booms en route, blind, 5x5, green, device hold, comms transfer castle, chatter, rig for silent.
Hey, can you pull that up slow?
Yeah, man.
So when they're talking blind, they're talking about their satellites. They lost access to their satellites. And 5x5 is confirming that, and I'm assuming that the green is a green for go. Device hold, comms transfer castle, chatter, rig for silent, Q plus.
Which is Trump. Hey, slow. What number is this one?
1038, the time, and I got that from the timestamp of the article being dropped on the Daily Mail.
News unlocks the map. Come on, man. It's just too much happening right now. Too
Oh,
many
it's
good
crazy.
things. And it's all good.
Oh, and hold on, it gets better. You guys were talking about Christmas, okay? Let me go back to it here. What? Let me get to. Come on. Sorry, I got to get back right here. That's coming from that same timestamp, right? I just searched it, like actually at it, as a time, 1038,
right. Yeah.
and that's what I. And then do Anons fully or Anon. Damn it, I can't talk. Do Anons understand what is about to be unleashed? June 10th, by the way.
Wow. So check this out. Two things. One is that April 6th, the date of that that one you just read, is the one for shutdown. The push of the Obama picture.
Yeah.
Epicenter, Full House. They were all here 24/7, 365. Enjoy the show. Fake push, pick push by MSM, meaning they're going to call it fake. Videos and backup are going to kill that. And then Google, kill YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo, Bing, Instagram. Net will be paused. Again, pause. Hammer on the clock. Hammer, as we know, is the operation by Benny and
Hammer scorecard.
Yeah, and forgetting his name, Dennis Montgomery, and so this is the one that you were talking about, booms en route. We just saw that, the gun, the boom, 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 with Hunter's gun trial starting. Booms en route.
That
And
was
then
April 6th of what year?
that particular one was 2018.
2018.
Mm-hmm.
So the Mama Trump post had a timestamp of 10:05, which is also the week of April 6, 2018,
Yeah.
where it
Yeah.
says we are under attack, war, no deals.
Here's hold on, 1032. Think Navy ship crashes bigger than you know. We are active. That North Korea ship just went down. That's the trash balloon story. But I was just doing the ship sank, killing 90 soldiers. Right down by South Korea too. And I've been going to North Korea a lot with the comms of the North Korea comms and the missiles, because they tried to send up that satellite, which would have given them speculation is that it would have given them the ability to land nuclear weapons somewhere, because that's what Ukraine needed from NATO countries to be able to do it to Russia. And Putin was talking about that last week. And here, North Korea last week was trying to send up a satellite. This, by the way, folks, is that's April 6th. This is the June 9th deltas, since we're hearing about June 9th. Talking about CV narrative. People are waking up to the Democrat Party con. Barr talking about the first time in American history, police organizations and the national security organizations were used to spy on a campaign, and there was no basis for it. Q saying the wait will soon be over. Sometimes a PSA regarding coordinated and intended plans serves to prevent the action. Reach has meaning. This is probably a suspended account here. The real dirty truth. Barr says it's a little annoying. Everyone's saying nothing has been done. The wheels of justice turn very slow, but don't think they won't be held accountable. And that's regarding the Flynn case.
Yeah, and when I brought the bills up a little bit ago, and the one is slotted, they're setting the stage for it right now. I just got a notification on my X from my congressman, right? Because I follow him, because, well, if I have to bitch about something, I make sure it's public most of the time. The International Criminal Court is another globalist outfit that doesn't advance our values and routinely goes out of its way to baselessly attack Israel. Just voted for Chip Roy's bill to hold the ICC accountable and stand for our ally Israel in our own sovereignty. They set the stage, man. They set the stage. You can't make this shit up anymore.
June 10th, Delta also has Follow the Pen, which took me to Catherine Herridge. She supposedly there was a bill on the 2nd regarding the 100 civil liberties and journalism groups for the Press Act. Freedom of Press calls it the most important press freedom bill in modern times. Let's see, to Durbin and Graham. Civil liberties, government accountability, and journalism organizations, as well as individual law professors and media lawyers, right to express our strong support for enacting the Protect Reporters from Exploitative State Spying Act. We appreciate that you have co-sponsored the bill and urge you to schedule a markup of the bill in the Senate Judiciary Committee as soon as possible. Would protect journalist source confidentiality, because they were going after Herridge for that. What's the status on that? Does anybody know?
On what?
On Catherine Herridge was being tried for not.
Well, they gave her. I know that they gave her back all of her files. They had taken them from her. Remember?
CBS did, yeah. CBS gave her back her files, but they were also shoes in court because they were trying to convict her of a crime for not revealing her source of a story.
Right, I remember that. That might still be ongoing.
I think it is.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, check out Trump on Truth 406 timestamp 1606. It's a minute and 24-second speech. You want to pull that up?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
It's his last drop on Truth. He's talking about New York. There's a vote, I guess, coming up in New York.
Um,
On June, he mentioned a date, June 25th, I think he said. With the same one? Or is it something else? I'm sorry, I had to lay down because my back was killing me, and I'm not looking at my laptop.
that's right, dude. Mine. I did something to mine today too.
Well, I was out
I'm
cleaning
actually,
the patio.
I'm actually at my standing desk right now.
Yeah, I need one of those. I told my wife years ago when she worked at West Point that she should try to negotiate with the company because West Point went out and bought hundreds of those desks because of her. She was the first person I know to have that desk. We're going back, I don't know, maybe 7 years. And because she doesn't sit down, she eats standing up. And so her
How come?
supervisor, huh?
How come?
She's just full of energy. She thinks that sitting down is wasting time. And so, she's just yeah,
Interesting.
she's always on the go. She doesn't stop.
Um.
So
So, I mean, does she sit down like watch a movie and stuff like that, or?
at the end of the night, she'll wind down for a little bit, but even then, she doesn't sit for long. She just rather go to bed. She doesn't sit. She rarely sits.
Wow. All right, it's the one with the car is pinned, but this one is the last one here.
That one.
47 minutes.
Is he talking about New York? Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
Okay, it's a minute 24. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Might have to hit it again.
Hello, New York. There is a very important Republican primary election on Tuesday, June 25th, for the United States House of Representatives and other very important races, and I need you to get out and vote. I believe that with your support, we can win the state of New York, and I'm looking to win it as your presidential nominee. We are going to win New York. Remember those words. I hope I'm going to be correct. If I am, the election is over. There's tremendous discontent in New York with hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants taking over your schools and your playgrounds, and the crime that's happening in the city of New York and the state of New York, the lack of supervision, the lack of control, the lack of leadership. Terrible thing is happening in New York. I think we can win it. Under a Trump administration, we're going to turn New York around, and we're going to turn it around very fast. To join our movement in New York, text 88-VOTE-22. Get out and vote on Tuesday, June 25th. And again, we're going to make a big play for New York presidentially. And so get out and join us. It's going to be one of the greatest wins, I think, in the history of the state. There's no question about it. And I do believe we can do it. Thank you very much.
This is the I just reposted this from End Wokeness. Hotels that have been converted into shelters in New York. Can
Oh
you
yeah.
see this?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the big ones in Pennsylvania.
Oh my God! Look at
This
this.
is what I try to tell people when they talk about immigrants, especially in New York, because I know I'm here.
135 out of 680.
Yeah,
Oliver.
but they're being monitored by National Guard. You understand? The media and others would then make it seem that it's It's all out of control. Even Trump by saying what he just said. But it's all being monitored, and there's a reason for that.
And let me take you to yeah, I mean, because they're going to send him back.
That's what I think.
This is the
Okay.
length. This is the length of that video, by the way. Oh, shoot. Just went away. Hold on. This is the timestamp of that video. Not the timestamp, but the length of the video. 124. Plus, 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 Q. November 7th, 2017. This is the three sides of the pyramid. Plus, plus, plus is Saudi Arabia. Plus, plus is Rothschilds. Look at what's happening. Saudi Arabia already fell. That was before the Q drop started. The two pluses is Rothschilds. Look at what we're talking about with the banking structure. And the plus is the Soros. And look what's happening.
Now, remember that drop you just mentioned a little while ago, where it says the epicenter. They're all here.
Yeah.
All right. That's New York. They're all here. The way he gave that little 1 minute, 24-second speech, he was laughing. He laughed a few times within that speech because he knows, he knows they're defeated. They're already defeated. He knows he's going to take over New York, and they're all here. They run New York, or at least they ran New York.
Yeah, you cut
think
out.
that was the message. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
I think that was a message to them. You know, basically letting them know, like, we're taking back New York. He says he's playing for New York. He's making. He would have to take them out completely. You know, you're talking about the Bronfman family. You know, in addition to the Clinton Foundation, the DNC. You know, the Rothschilds, Soros, the Rockefellers, the Harrimans. You know, they're all here. They're all here, and then some. You got the Queen of Sweden. The headquarters for her foundation is in New York. So this is big. This is big.
Yep. Yep. This was Musk just shared this meme. 8-year-old me, I hope something good happens. Me now, I hope whatever bad happens is at least funny.
I'm telling you, have you ever seen Trump? If you watch that again, he was holding back, laughing. He was
seriously.
laughing.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is hold on, where'd he go? This is it, right?
And one more thing I wanted to point out about that speech was the timestamp. Right? He mentioned June 25th. Now, what's happening right now with Hunter? They're having a hearing behind closed doors. All of his hearings are behind closed doors, right? With that drop, with the 1606 timestamp, which is military 406, there's a tweet from Donald Trump dated June 25th, and he talks about Peter Strzok and how they should televise it instead of having it behind closed doors. You know, televise his hearings. So
There it is,
it's like
right there.
Yeah, we're playing 2016 and 2020 all over again. You know, but this time he's in full control.
The hearing of Peter Strzok and the other hating frauds at the FBI and DOJ should be shown to the public on live television, not a closed door hearing that nobody will see. We should expose these people for what they are. There should be total transparency.
Boom.
You know, I'm not going to say that I haven't spent this kind of time on a live show going into the drops, because I've done hours and hours and hours just in one show. But what we're doing is we're not really digging into the drops. We're just going to all the comms, and how many of them are absolute gold it's unfathomably impossible to be a coincidence. Oh yeah, it just so happened that video is 124 seconds or a minute 24. You
And
know,
the rate, you know, that they're coming, the speed and
yeah,
that they're coming in, one
yeah,
right after the other.
yeah. It's like a waterfall. It's absolutely crazy the level right now.
Guys, I got to take my kid to softball practice, so I'll be listening in.
All right, man.
All right, good stuff, bro. Thank you.
So,
Thank you,
Dave,
guys.
a minute 24 seconds, right? That's 84 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Did you read post 84?
I did not. Let me pull it up unless you got it ready.
Yeah, I got it right here.
Go ahead.
Please add crumbs above in new complete graphic. Organized and in order, critical for understanding and review. Spiderweb. Trump just talked about Spiderweb on his freaking interview, dude.
Wow.
Hillary in Saudi Arabia, Alice in Wonderland. See above. This is staged and deliberate. Snow White, Godfather 3.
Yeah, that's unbelievable, dude. That's unbelievable. well, good call. I wasn't gonna. You know what? I thought of as soon as I said, 124 seconds. I thought, well, maybe we ought to do the seconds. So I'm glad. So glad you did that. Holy cow, man! That's unbelievable.
Yeah, man. It's wow. When, oh man, when do things stop being coincidence and mathematical? When does it become mathematically improbable?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is crazy. I'm just going. Stu Peters has on Anne Frank's stepsister admits that photos from Auschwitz are completely fake on live television. Wow. I reposted that on X. If you guys want to follow me at Dave Snedeker at Dave Snedeker on X. But I think most of you are. We've got what do you got in your house over there, Slow? You and Hawk. How many people?
341.
Nice. We're looking at 1169 on Truth and 441 on Rumble over here. So welcome everybody. I'm glad you're joining us because it's pretty. Hold on, I keep doing that. Sorry. Yeah, this has been pretty badass because we're just basically between Hawk and Slow and Oliver and I, we are just catching comms. That's all we're doing is we're
I was showing 1,000 on X.
On yours or on mine?
On yours.
Yeah, it's up to 1177 now.
Yeah.
We got up over 2,000 the other night when we were on X alone.
Didn't we push 3,000 that one night we went like 17 hours?
we actually, yeah, we definitely did. We pushed 4,000. We hit 4,000 the other night we were on 4,000 live. Yeah, it's the numbers have been good. I'm really really glad that people are digging, what we're dropping here. And I'm getting back to my old numbers because it's been a long road back from just being annihilated from one platform to another. So it's good. Thanks for being here, everybody. I think, based on everything that we're seeing here, and we lost Oliver, but really, really appreciate all his incredible input. But what we're seeing here is this. All of us have followed Q, and all of us have paid attention to the comms that many have, gotten discouraged over because nobody's been seeing anything happening, and us included. We all get discouraged, especially when we realize how long this marathon lasts. I mean, most of us started out sprinting, thinking we were, running a 200-meter race, and the next thing you know, it's turned into 5 marathons, and so but we haven't seen these kind of comms before at this volume, at this blatantness. Is that a word? Blatant, so blatantly obvious is, I guess, what I'm looking for. And we can all agree on that we have not seen anything like this before, not at this, volume. And that excites us, because why would they increase the level of communication with us if there wasn't something imminent? It wouldn't make any sense for them to build us up, and then nothing happens for another year, because we haven't seen that kind of communication a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. We just haven't seen it.
I think we're going to start seeing Q drops again. Not kidding.
Well,
I really think that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Either through Q, or they're gonna do more.
I think there's going to be Q drops because of the fact of future proofs past that it is going to it's going to force Q to come forward, releasing more information and asking more questions. I think the validation part is getting ready to unroll. And with the validation part, then I would say that pretty much arrests would start at the same time.
Well, so Slow, you think the same, Hawk? You think that, Oliver? What are you able to talk and just give your thoughts on do you think that we're going to see more Q drops?
It's funny you say that, because I went on I almost said his name, QAG. He constantly updates his site, and you can see the amount of posts that Trump has made on Truth since Truth started in January of 22, I want to say, and it's getting up there. It's almost equal to the drops. And for some reason, I thought the same thing what that Mustard just said, that future proofs past, and so it has to, you know, come back. And what remember when Trump said he's going to come back in some form or another?
Yeah.
When he left, I think that was part of it, where he's going to communicate with us again, on the board. But if you think about it, this is kind of a continuation of that. Truth Social, that is, not Twitter. But yeah, I could see it. I could see it happening again for sure.
Well, I was thinking they could also be dropping more stuff through Ingersoll Lockwood also.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. I think they're done with the boards, because I don't think they need them anymore. They've already transferred information over to Ingersoll Lockwood. I don't know why they would go back to the boards, because the information is a little bit more on the nose with Lockwood than the drops, and then with all the comms that we're getting from the Q team now, going back into the drops that of the past that, proves future, and vice versa. I don't know. I don't think we need them. I think honestly, if Q came back with a drop, it would be as big of a letdown as the last one was in terms of 49.54, and I'll take us to qag.news since you were just talking about that, Oliver. 49.54 comes back after being gone a year and a half, right? And Q says, "Shall we play a game once more?" And then one of the Anons said, "Throw us a bone, Q. We've all been waiting for." Hold on, I'm sorry. Did I not share that?
No, you didn't. Thanks. We appreciate not being included.
Here we go. There we go. All right, you guys are freaking high maintenance. So, shall we play a game once more down here? 49.54, and we're all like, "Fuck you, Q. Where the fuck have you been?" And one of the Anons said, "Throw us a bone, Q. We've all been waiting for what seemed like an eternity. What's going on?" Yeah, it seemed like a freaking eternity, guys. Sorry for the F bomb there, Oliver. It had to be done this way. It had to be done this way, is what Q came back with, and then dropped some, good stuff. Do you remember your oath? Ready to serve your country. The Roe v. Wade was huge. There's some good stuff, right? Endless lies, wars, inflation, printing, oppression, endless surveillance. Who will put an end to the endless? Taking control. Q's telling us they're taking control. Some of the election stuff. Be aware of false prophets. I am not a prophet. You are not a prophet. We are not prophets. Focus on the mission. That came at a time when we really did need to question some of the people that you all were following. Q&A, and Q says in time. And then what is coded in the last one was what is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? There is a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. Ascension. Like that's taking us to ascension right there. Like telling us that that's the next step, in human evolution, in my opinion. So, so that's just my 2 cents. I've been wrong before a few times, and I could be wrong. Hey, you've been paying attention, I see. Okay. All right.
And, dude, believe me, I was on the phone for most of the conversation that you guys had over the last, I would say 30 minutes. I was on the phone with both the Green Dot card company, and with Cash App.
Oh, we know. We heard you on hold. We heard you going through the robot.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They made me become a business.
What?
They made me become a business. Basically, what it is Cash App wants another 2.75% of whatever I'm bringing in donations.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
that is ridiculous.
It is. So I had to go through the formalities of starting a new business. So I'm a business, guys.
Wait a minute. Cash App doesn't take out any money, do they?
Yeah, they for I think it's $2.75 for every $100.
Oh man, it's brutal.
Yeah.
Well, that's all changing. I think that's all changing.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna pay myself. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get a paycheck out of this. No, I'm like, what the heck? So yeah, and Cash App has their own card, which I did not know.
Yeah, they do.
You can
I
get your own personalized card.
Oh yeah, I got one. I got one of those.
Yeah, I didn't know they could get one. Didn't know they had one. I knew
It's-
PayPal did because
It's actually.
Go ahead.
Sorry. It's actually. Sorry to the folks that I stopped the share of all three, so they weren't hearing you recently on the last part there. I'm sorry. It's actually a cool looking card. It's black. And put your drop your donation there, brother, for the crew.
Oh yeah.
And
I don't have my. I'm not. Oh, Lisa, go ahead. Drop the info on there.
yeah, on mine too, please. If you're there.
I think. Yeah. Is she a mod on your side too?
Yeah, she is.
I've got yours up on mine. I put it up on mine, and I've got mine up there. It's yeah, guys. If it's if you're so inclined and you have the means, please support this independent work that we're doing, and if not, that's okay too. But BYOB.
Wait till they get a load of how much is spent on dog food and gas every year. It's both things that can be written off,
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are going to make a whole lot off of this. Oh yeah. I was like, yeah. It's
worst business decision I've ever made in my life was, doing this podcast. Yeah, a lot of hours. I think I need a minimum wage increase for.
Oh, are you saying that you make more working at McDonald's than you do from podcasting?
Yep. And that's the problem with this world right now. Go ahead.
You make like $13 an hour in Oregon.
And here's the other thing, right? And I'm going to say this, and if it pisses people off, it makes people mad. I don't care. All right. When it comes to minimum wage, okay, if the government enforces a $15 minimum wage to everything, all right, that is going to drive prices up just like inflation would, because then companies have to then raise their prices to support that new minimum wage, unless they're getting additional tax breaks that they don't want to tell everybody, but they're going to end up hiking the prices anyway, just to support the minimum wage.
Yep.
A lot of folks don't understand the concept. One thing affects the other here.
Okay, I'm seeing something really funny right now. I wish I could show you guys, but I'm looking at two screens. I'm looking at the Rumble side, and I'm looking at the StreamYard on my other screen. And Dave, you are looking at yourself. So how you're facing when you're facing the direction that you were just facing, you're the exact opposite on the other screen. But him and I are exactly where we are.
On the Rumble screen, you said?
Yeah, on the Rumble screen, you're looking to the right instead of my right. You're looking to my right on the Rumble screen, and you're looking to my left on the StreamYard screen. So when you're both talking, it looks like you're having a conversation with yourself.
Wait a minute. So, but I'm only on one screen, right? I'm only on.
Well, so my right screen has the StreamYard.
Oh, okay.
Studio,
Oh,
and
that's
my
funny.
left screen
Okay.
has got the Rumble. But on the Rumble, your picture is reversed.
Mm.
So the picture that's on your left shoulder there of rising from the ashes,
Yeah.
is over the opposite shoulder on the other screen.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. All right.
Simple but brilliant trick you can do tonight to eliminate. How to escape the heat.
Why the heck do I have that? I have to listen to those ads. By the way, the Rumble ads, man, they've gotten annoying.
Yes, they do.
And guys, I make nothing on those Rumble ads. It's ridiculous. Like you got to sit through 2 shitty ads on, freaking, 2 shitty ads that you probably don't even want to deal with, and you only end up with, I get hardly anything. I think I've made $380 in 2 years on Rumble. Or at least the last, since 2 years. I think it was $380. I shared it when Script Keeper did the shout out about post your Rumble earnings, and I think I was the only one that did.
I wouldn't even know how to look, but I don't think I've ever earned anything on Rumble.
Imagine the
ads and earnings. Here we go.
The millions of views I've had on Rumble over 2 years, and I've got $384 or something like that.
I have 0 estimated earnings, 0 ECPM, 2 ads eligible. I've made so much money that there's absolutely no line on the graph whatsoever.
So here's mine.
Join the club, Hawk. I haven't made anything either. But then again, I don't really post to Rumble either. So
let me look at my channel. Okay, the Hawks mustard seeds. Okay.
Here's my. Is that coming up? Not coming up.
Yeah, I got it right here.
There we go. So I'll go from, let's see, this year, my all time, I started in, I don't know what I started in. Okay, so it's gone up a little bit. So $402.96. And I think I've been on Rumble about 2 years. 2024. 10/19, 2021. 2021. So going on almost 3 years. $402. There you go. Now I'm rolling in the dough. Yeah. What a joke. So I don't even want to add those ads on. Like I would just turn those off. Like I'm figured out how to do that because I don't want it. I don't want those shitty ads. I'd rather do davidsnedeker.com, folks. You can go there and you can find a few cool things that maybe you might like. And it doesn't even come up when I click it. So I'm not, my website's not even up there. Okay, that's great. My website's not even working. Okay. Yeah, life is good, man. So, all right, guys. I think I'm going to call it unless you got something that worked on Brave. It didn't work on Chrome, actually. But that's me. davidsnedeker.com. And there's a few things you can check out. How to support my personal journey of the mind, which is a cool podcast on Apple and Spotify. How you can, if you're spending hundreds on cable, get off of that. More channels, more stuff. Silver and Gold. This is the company, by the way, PatriotSilver.gold. This is the company, the 7K that I do. That is that Phil Godlewski joined. I tried to get them to, not let him join. But the reason he brought up this other company that he's been doing is because when you put your 401k into this company, nobody makes any money off this because there's no money being created. And that's that's why they went to Goldco, is because they're making 12 to 26% commissions on that. You can't make commissions on somebody's retirement money just rolling it over into a self-directed IRA. The only people that make money on those should be the ones that are filling out the forms for you to make it possible to switch over to a self-directed IRA. Nobody should make a commission on that. And that's how Godlewski bought all those homes, as he was making money off people's retirement. But this company that I deal with, we don't make any money on bullion. We don't make any money on rolling over 401ks. And it's a company with real significance. $200 million company now, because they're doing things the right way. So, at any rate, that's the only stuff that I do to try to sustain the countless hours that I put into this. We are at I think almost 2,000 on both platforms of mine right now. How are we doing, you guys?
We're sitting at about 320.
Cool.
So we're about 2,300 people.
Cool. Awesome. Yeah. I mean, do we want to do a quick Q&A, guys? You want to do that and see if people just have questions and thoughts on things?
I'm good with it.
Hawk,
Yeah,
you good?
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Guys, why don't you, if you have any questions, just go ahead and put them in the chat. Let's see. Somebody's saying get on Kick. Ann is saying get on Kick. I'll check that out, Ann.
Yeah, I've been trying it. I haven't been able to. It comes up, gives me excuses as to why I can't go live.
Hawk, don't you have that linked to StreamYard? Because I see that as one of the options when we're in the studio.
I tried it, but it won't. For some reason, it never goes there.
Okay. Yeah. So Hawk tried it. She doesn't like Rumble. But yeah, anybody got any questions? They pop up in our StreamYard. I won't see your guys' questions, I don't think. Well, yeah, I will. Okay. I see yours, but you won't see mine, I don't think. Yeah, you won't see mine.
Here's one.
X22 today from Jan. Hey, Jan, how are you? X22 today said he thinks they will try another January 6th to stop the election. What do you guys think will happen?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oliver's back. We're doing Q&A. We're doing Q&A.
Let's do it.
Hey, I hope I didn't drop that F-bomb in front of your daughter.
No.
Did I?
No.
Okay, good. All right. Good.
X22, what's that? X22.
The X22 report.
We'll try another January 6th to stop the election. Who knows? I mean, that came up also actually today. False flags are imminent. I don't know. I can't call that one. I think that we pretty much have a hold on it with everything that's being exposed and the amount of people that are waking up at the frequency that they're waking up. It's going to be hard for them to pull anything off at this point, other than your usual, school shootings and stuff like that. I don't know. I hope not.
Well, the actions of a desperate man are the most dangerous things that you can run into. And that's kind of what we've been experiencing, and that's why they've had this speed up. See, the speed at which this this control over humanity has happened has been at such a snail's pace. And I'll give you the example of that snail's pace or that turtle's pace. This was a post that I did yesterday, and I don't know if you guys saw this, but it was about George Orwell and Aldous Huxley and how they were he was Aldous's student at Eton College. They were both members of the Fabian Society, and their crest is of FS, Fabian Society, or the Fabian Socialists as they're known, is a wolf in sheep's clothing, and their mascot is a turtle that says, "When I strike hard," with a very angry turtle. And that is to represent the slow movement of socialism throughout the world. And when you look back, this was started in 1884, this Fabian Society at Eton College, which is the Yale of England, and Fabian Society is the Skull and Bones, right, of Eton. And this was a slow spread of socialism. And the reason why they did it so slowly is because it was unnoticeable. And that's why it's so important to do it the way they did it, because if you don't notice it, then before you know it, it's in your backyard. And Elon Musk reposted about the newspaper reports that have nothing to do with the facts. And so, but they've had to speed things up, either whether it was the desperation talking or it was the white hats showing us, enjoy the show, so that we would all find our way to the precipice where we would engage and get involved in our own, saving ourselves. It's like my friend told a story about how one time he was stuck out in the ocean and the weather got really bad, and the Coast Guard came out and was trying to pull him in, and he was just floating there, not doing anything. And the Coast Guard guy who was swimming him back to the boat just turned over his shoulder and said, "Participate in your rescue." And he didn't even think about it. So he starts swimming, and it made it a lot easier to be rescued. So, we are now participating in our own rescue as best we can. But I do believe that we have seen such extreme things that we should not think that anything's off the table, especially when it comes to the election and trying to hold on to power. And whether this is a black hat script or a white hat script, I think they're going to push this medical thing that we're seeing much, much stronger going up to the election, because people are still going to CVS and still going to Walgreens and still buying stuff and still, doing jabs and wearing masks and taking childhood jabs and not realizing that these people are really evil. So I think there could be something still up their sleeve, or something up the sleeve of the white hats that needs to be shown yet regarding the election and regarding the false flags leading up to it. That's just my take.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that.
I could attest to this. When I met Trump, he literally said to me and my friend Danny, who was standing right next to me,
Yep.
that they're going to try to steal the election, but they're not gonna. So that to me is an indication that yes, of course, they're going to try again. Like you said, with the the virus, whatever, virus X, whatever you want to call it. Um, yeah, they're going to try. I think they're going to get caught real time. I think this time around there's just too many people watching, and that's what they intended for us, the people, to catch them red-handed. We already know that they monitored the 2020 and 2022 elections, but that's military intel. I think they want to make it so that enough people see it, because it's going to be right in your face like it was last time. There's just more eyes watching right now. But like another 9/11 event, you think?
Well, I just want to, when you started talking, I just thought of something I wanted to add to that. And that is that, remember that Ingersoll Lockwood told us about the announcement from Davos by Tedros that it was going to happen on the day, and I said it the day before. And then he mentioned it on that day. He brought it back into the public discourse. And because it had been around since 2018, but he really focused it on all the members of Davos because they were pushing this agenda for getting everybody on board so that they could take over control. And then the second date they gave us was March 31st. And when I tracked that, that was the day that the H1N5 jumped from cow to human.
Right.
And that, like the bat of the old one, okay, the transfer, from, and then it also opened up, okay, they're gonna, that justifies the jabs for our livestock. It's also getting rid of more food, and it's also ramping up this next jab that they're rolling out, that they already have, by the way. So they're going to try this shit all over again, I think, before the election. And they're going to push it just as hard as they once did, but we're going to see it collapse. We collapse.
Because how are they? Yeah, definitely, 100%. Because my thing is, how are they able to determine that, first of all, a cow caught this disease, and then it jumped from the cow to, for me, they're just making all this up. They're not giving any kind of evidence. They're just telling you, like Fauci, if you watched him testify yesterday, he was just saying stuff. And I'm shocked that they didn't ask him, like, where'd you get this information from? They take his word to be true still, without questioning. I don't get it.
Well, the reason I brought that up is because Q would never be able to predict a date 2 months in advance, 3 months in advance. Q, through Ingersoll Lockwood, predicted to me that March 31st. Somebody, Hawk, is that you tapping?
Yeah, I thought I was muted. Sorry.
So it's all right. So 3 months in advance, to the day, Q said, linked the disease X, which we know is H1N5, to March 31st of the cow to human transfer. You're right. That how do they do that? How do you know? How is it on that day? Because it's all made up bullshit.
Right. And Ingersoll also gave a link to the cure, correct?
Yes. And Ingersoll's been dropping a lot of information on IV and the fenbendazole. What's the matter, buddy? You want to go out? I may have to take him out here. Yeah, so they have absolutely, Oliver. That's a good point. They've been linking a lot to that stuff, without question. Let me take a break here, and I'll be back. You guys field the next question.
On that note, I could see him pulling some nonsense. You know, like they said, but it could be anything. Somebody could sneeze wrong and they would declare a national emergency if they thought they were going to lose. But hey, Sir Oliver, I got to show you something. Did you look at today's deltas? Or Hawk, have you seen today's deltas?
No, I have not. I was just doing more crap with Green Dot and Cash App. Sorry.
Oh, I gotcha. Hey,
mother.
You're showing your name again there, Sir Oliver.
Oh, Jesus. How do you change that?
Let me see here.
Click the phone. No, that
I can do it. I can do it. I can do it from here.
I got it. That's not me, by the way. I don't know who that person is.
There you go. I changed your name for you, man.
Okay, thank you.
But today's deltas.
Sir Hokie. That's right. Let him think he's from Oklahoma. That'll be good.
All right, how's that?
He's keeping you incognito. Yeah.
So I want to show you this real quick. All right. So today's delta, one of them is Arlie Ermy here. What is that? And you see that lightning strike, right?
Is the Q.
Posted from Dan Scavino.
Yeah, I remember that.
So Q the Storm posted this morning.
Yeah,
and
Scavino just posted yesterday, I believe, yesterday night, a lightning strike.
Was it that one?
No. Scavino posted it last night. 10:57, I think the timestamp. 10:57, I think was the timestamp.
I'll be back with you guys in a minute. I gotta step away.
All right, man. So you say Scavino posted a lightning strike last night? Was it on Truth?
No, I think it was on X.
Okay, I'll pull it real quick.
I can't see anything because I'm on my phone. I'm not home.
Oh, you're good. I was just on X. I didn't see it. Let me go to Truth here. But I thought that lightning strike looked pretty interesting because it looks like tree roots. Looks like a tree and tree roots.
Damn sure did. Dave's avatar looks like Abe Lincoln. I can't hear anybody. If anybody's talking, I can't hear you.
I muted myself. Let's see here. Let's see. Dan Scavino. The other ones I see on Truth is the music from Dan Scavino for the last couple of days.
And you said you already looked on X?
Yeah, I already looked on X. And then here's he just drops. He retrew something of Donald Trump's a couple hours ago. Uh, Go to swampthevoteusa.com to request your ballot or pledge a vote early or in person. And that was at 3:31 this afternoon.
Yeah, I thought it was last night. I might be mistaken, but I noticed Trump posted about securing the vote. Did you see that one?
No, I didn't.
Today we launched Swamped the Vote USA.
Oh yeah, that's what I have. That's what I'm looking at now.
Okay, okay.
Uh, Today we launched Swamp the Vote USA. Whether you vote absentee, by mail, early or in person, or early in person, or on election day, we will secure your vote. Just vote. They're all good options. The way to win is to swamp them with votes. If we go to Swamp the Vote USA, this is what it looks like. Request a ballot, check voter registration details, pledge to vote early in person, pledge to vote on election day. So
we will secure the vote. That's got to be Space Force.
It's got to be.
You know.
It's got to be. But yeah, so a lot of interesting things going on here. A lot of interesting. But yeah, man. So, oh, and what you know, do you remember when they damned Trump for having the Bible in front of that church in D.C.?
Yeah.
So
yeah, that was yesterday's Delta.
Today's.
Today is with Clinton.
Yeah, today's with Clinton.
Yeah, yesterday was his.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh yeah.
See it?
Yep. And what's another thing that's really interesting is one of today's deltas is when media and Democrat elected officials coordinate knowingly attempt to prevent medically verifiable solution or prevention in reference to CV-19 to prevent death, we enter a state of crisis. And do you know what was dropped yesterday on X?
No.
There was a email between Fauci and somebody from the New York State official health department talking about the trials for Dr. Zelenko.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I do. I did see that.
So yeah, oh man, and that's interesting too. So a lot of interesting stuff going on here.
Well, I think my cousin and I were talking about the Hunter Biden trial, and he thinks he's going to be found guilty but given a light sentence, and I think he's going to be found not guilty, so the world can see you know the two-tier justice system uh, fresh with the memory of Donald Trump being convicted in their minds. You know,
Yeah.
and that
Especially
would
with the laptop being admitted as evidence for that.
right. So I could only imagine if he's found not guilty. Uh,
you know,
I mean,
what the
think of it
what
like
the
this.
reaction to that would be.
Jill sat in there for that trial yesterday, up until the fact that the pictures of Hunter Biden being naked with the pistol in his hand came up. Then she got up and walked out of court.
Wow. You don't want no part of that.
Well, you know, it begs the question. Maybe she was getting excited because her sleeping around seems to be a thing, you know. So, you know, you think about it. She was married, was the babysitter, ended up marrying the dude who she was babysitting for.
Right.
The sexual exploitations of all the kids after his the kid's birth mother was out of the household, you know, makes you beg the question, what exactly did she know and why did they offer? Because she knew the children were being abused.
Right.
There's that knowingly phrase again, Hawk.
Yes, I knowingly just stated all of that.
No, I know. Yeah, she went there knowingly, and we covered that. Actually, we've covered that a lot in the last couple of weeks. So it's, and with the laptop being admitted for something that was fake and deemed as fake by the CIA. Remember that 55 or 57 CIA officials. Oh, that's a fake. That's fake. Mm-hmm. If it's so fake, why was it admitted into evidence?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll be back. I got to make a call.
All right, brother man.
You know, one of the things about cases like Stormy Daniels and Donald Trump thing is the first thing you do is you establish truth. So describe his penis. That's simple.
Yeah.
Describe it. What did it look like? In both fashions, flaccid and erect. Tell us. Inquiring minds want to know. So, you know, this lady who was supposedly quote unquote raped by him. Okay. Describe his penis. Was it big? Was it small? Was it? Tell us. And then you take him into the back room. You say, okay, show us. Just saying. Just saying.
Well, yeah, and that, you know, and that's the thing. They don't bring in the facts. It's always been about Orange Man bad, get Trump, and everything else. They don't want to look at the facts. If they looked at the facts, it would make them eat their narrative.
You know, it's
one of those things, you know.
I understand that. I understand that people don't want to know what his junk looks like. I'm just saying, to settle something very quickly, you know, what did it look like?
Ooh, wow. This is pretty
Okay,
big.
okay. I come back. You guys are talking about some dude's junk.
Well, we're talking about Donald Trump's junk. It's just not any average junk. It's the former president junk.
Holy cow.
Okay, so
I'm down to five viewers. What did you guys do?
if Stormy Daniels saw
Didn't
Donald
do
Trump's
anything.
junk, she should be able to describe his junk legitimately, correct? I mean, she's a freaking porn star. She knows what small is. She knows what huge is.
We all know she's seen more sausage than Jimmy Dean.
Well, and she can probably describe smell, taste, texture, everything on every single one of them.
Okay, I'm trying to get some food down there right now, and
I'm sorry, but this is an
all I can
important
think about
topic
is
we have.
Jimmy Dean sausage.
Exactly. If
Okay,
you've
so-
seen a thing, you can describe a thing. Exactly.
Okay, so Stormy Daniels been cocked more times than John Wayne's rifle, but I'm just saying.
But this is where I'm saying E. Jean Carroll, prime example.
Her memory's not what it used to be. Like where it happened and when.
Oh, it's bigger because it happens in a department store? Or is it smaller, more compact, you know?
So
is this a question that popped up?
No. Well,
I have
kind
no
of.
idea how we got here. I have no idea. It's not my
But
fault.
so this just come up from Raw's news alerts.
Oh,
AT&T and Verizon are currently experiencing nationwide outages across multiple states, affecting customers' ability to make calls to other mobile carriers. At least 24 states are reporting these issues.
Do they report anything with any accuracy?
Yeah, I mean they've covered quite a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I got it confused
that's
with
not the real Raw. That's
I'm
not
sorry.
real Raw. Whatever, the one who was given all the Gitmo stuff.
I got it mixed up with Real Raw News. Yeah, my bad. Okay.
No, you're good.
Raw News alerts. You're right. Raw's alerts. They're good.
But yeah, so
can we confirm that?
Stop.
Yeah,
It's
that's
usually
what I'm
normally somebody's confirming what they've posted within a very, very short period of time. Very, very short period of time.
No.
I do not have X open right now, though. Let's see.
Yes, it is confirmed.
No. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down.
There's Mac rumors
No.
that's confirmed it. NBC New York. CNET.com. Forbes is reporting it also. And so is Verizon.
Interesting. Okay. Did we bail on the Q&A or?
No, it just kind of took us somewhere, and I seen something come up, and I wanted to bring that up to Sir Oliver. It was a lightning strike that somebody posted, which was one of yesterday's deltas. That weird lightning strike, and there was one that was posted today that looked like a tree.
Do you guys remember that lightning strike over DC that made the Hebrew Q?
Yeah.
Dude, we've never seen anything like that. That's how far back this goes. That was crazy.
Yeah, man. But yeah, here I'll show you that one that I was talking about that looks like a tree. Looks like a tree with tree roots is what it looks like. Yeah, look at that.
Whoa.
Yeah, man.
Whoa.
And Q the Storm posted triangle right there. And then that one came up where you were talking about Q plus, and Q plus.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Not Q, but just plus,
Oh, yeah.
and plus.
Plus. Yeah.
That's badass.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I thought that was fantastic. Oliver said he'd be right back. He had to field a phone call. So if
What
there's
did I
any more.
miss?
Oh, I was just.
Oh, you missed these guys talking about Trump's junk. That's
the
what you
junk.
missed.
The junk.
I came back. These guys are talking about Trump's junk, and all my listeners are gone. I've got five people in the room. No, I'm kidding.
And then we made some comments about Stormy Daniels, like she's been cocked more times than John Wayne's rifle, and she's seen more sausage than Jimmy Dean.
Yeah. Who would have thought some old washed up porn star was gonna, take Trump down?
I'm gonna start calling her catcher's mitt. But
well, she's got a lot of time on her hands because she's not doing porn anymore, right? So it's kind of like when you can't do it anymore, you got to find something new to do, and why not take out the most powerful man in the world?
But yeah, so hey, is there any more questions? We've gone over a lot today in a short amount of time.
Yeah, anybody drop some questions, and otherwise we'll cut out of here soon.
Oh, this is interesting also.
OpenAI is down. Interesting.
I heard AT&T and Verizon are down.
Yeah, we were just covering that. We Slow brought that up on Raw's alerts. Interesting. I'm not seeing that OpenAI is down because I just checked.
And here's one from Melvita Varnado.
Is Nassara going to happen? Well, we believe that I believe the global currency reset is happening, the revaluation, and that we're going to an asset-backed currency. And I also believe that the money that is owed to humanity is going to be opened up. Is it going to look like the Nassara Jassara that everyone talks about? I don't know, but I do believe it's going to happen. But I also have been saying for well over 4 years, don't quit your day job. Don't wait for it. Don't expect it to happen next week or the week after.
Right.
I do have an update from everybody's favorite cattle rancher.
Donovan?
Yes, sir. This morning I received an email from them. They are now going to be providing, give me 1 second here to pull this out. Here we go. Okay, so we've been talking with our local processor, and we are working on some new products to offer you. We want to know your opinion on these products so we can gauge if there is any interest for them. So if one of these projects sounds good to you, hit reply and let us know so that we can get it processed that way. Jerky beef sticks. With this new offering, we could ship out smaller orders of meat all across the country without having to keep it frozen, which means making our beef more accessible to everybody, not to mention being able to take Lightning Springs beef everywhere you go. Hot dogs, hot links, and hamburger patties. With the summer upon us and the barbecue season kicked off, we wanted to start offering 100% beef hot dogs, hot links, and beef patties to make you the star of your summer barbecue. Summer sausage. This is a more versatile cut of beef that is great for snacks and picnics. We always take some up with us when we move cows because it's easy to pack and everybody loves it. Make sure to let us know what you want us to start offering, or else it might not ever make it to our website. Check your emails, guys. Those of you who've been getting emails from, I believe you got one from them, and send them a reply. Let them know about the things that you're looking for that could make your life a little bit easier in the cooking realm. Sir Oliver, I don't know if you saw the podcast that we did with Donovan. They are a small family ranch, cattle ranch in northern Utah that ships all over the country. They started doing it about a year ago. It's basically bypassing the big four processors and providing grass-fed beef that's fed grass only from birth to slaughterhouse with no antibiotics.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And it kind of reminds me of all these warehouses that have been destroyed in the last year. It makes you wonder if those warehouses were producing products with GMO, GMO products, or hormones.
Well, I think I think that there was probably some HUMAN mixed in there too.
Yeah.
So it's I would not doubt that one bit. I was actually thinking of that quite seriously not long ago. It's been a couple of years since I've eaten anything from McDonald's, but to know what I know about McDonald's now, I will never eat there again. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm glad you brought that up, Oliver, because what's happening to the food supply is either a black hat or a white hat operation. And if it's a black hat operation, they're trying to starve us out and trying to continue the genocide that they have been doing for quite some time and really ramped up in 2020. But also, if it's the white hats writing this script, they're taking out the bad players, the big factory farms and the people that are poisoning humanity, to make way for, hey, get some chickens, get a cow, get some goats, live off the land, build a well. People are going to these things as a matter of necessity because they can't afford what's in the stores. They can't afford to live in the city, and with the crime and with their families aren't safe. So they move out and they find a little plot of land. And, this is, it's like the Depression. Everyone thinks everyone, lost their shirt during the Depression. Well, the Depression launched more millionaires than any moment in human history until the 2008 housing crisis.
Yep.
So find your wealth in your troubles. All right. So I put up the link on my stuff, Hawk, to Donovan's ranch, his family ranch.
Oh yeah. If anybody's in, I don't have access to all that over there. But they are Lightning Springs Ranch. I got their website.
.com.
Yeah.
And coupon code HAWK lightningspringsranch.com. Speaking of lightning, by the way, okay, which Slow was just showing that badass lightning of the triangle that we were just covering, Oliver. Jan said, I had heard the White Hats have taken control of the chemtrails. I see so many here in Ohio all the time. Do you have any idea if that could be true? I put that, guys, right up there with what you were saying, Oliver, about these food packing plants and so forth. Like maybe not, but if not, why wouldn't they have?
Well, I could tell you this much. On my property alone, I noticed an abundance of flowers this year. And I didn't do anything special. There's just more plants and flowers this year than last year, which to me is the sign of air quality, better air quality. So
Right.
yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a possibility. And I hope so. I hope so. I hope that's the case. Any last questions before we depart, gentlemen? And I've got a full bunch of work yet to do tonight. But it's been a wonderful connection. And what's great about these connections that we're making with each other and with this audience is that we are. I find much goodness and anticipation and excitement in the things that we're uncovering, simply because of the sheer amount of applications that are coming from the people that we believe to be, in charge. Thoughts, guys? We go around the horn.
Yeah, let's start with Hawk. We'll start with Hawk.
Yeah. And thanks. Always leave it to me to start this off. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Well, guys, with everything that we're seeing, just hold on a little longer. That's all I can say. Just hold on a little longer. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And we ain't dead yet. So we got to be pretty tough. Just keep moving along. Keep absorbing information, as much of it as you possibly can. What you can't remember, write down, because you can always remember that you wrote it down, right? That's enough for me.
Did you write that down?
Yeah, it's written right here on my desk. Write this down.
All right, Sir Oliver.
No, I just I look forward to what's coming ahead. It'd be interesting to see what transpires out of the Hunter Biden case today. It's early. It's Tuesday, so a lot can happen the rest of the week. I'm excited. I'm excited. Regardless if there's a false flag or not, with what they're alluding to, it's got to be close to the end. The whole debt clock thing, that blew my mind. That blew my mind. So let's see what happens. Hopefully, we'll see XRP climb, and we'll start seeing some arrests. Fauci belongs in jail. They should go get him and just put him behind bars right now. End it, fam. But yeah, great show. Thanks for having me again. Look forward to the next one.
Dave?
Well, I think that, what we're seeing, as I mentioned earlier, is just a confirmation of what we've been certainly believing and hoping would be the case all along. That hope that we had certainly changed to a much more matter-of-fact belief in what we were seeing and what was being unveiled to us. there are people that don't watch this show, or heard us talking about Q and tuned out, or heard us talking about Trump and tuned out. And I would just offer this question to everybody out there: if you don't believe that Trump was chosen to carry out this mission, or certainly a part of the team that's carrying out this mission, and if you don't believe in Q, what's your solution? Like, what solution are you pushing for? One of the things that I realized when I was doing my research on the piece I did on Mike Gill was that there were most of the people that kind of fell into his story and were looking for him to really provide a real solution to what was going on were not Q followers at all, and we're not even Trump supporters. And so I find that when you don't have that, a lot of the people are looking elsewhere for a solution to this problem that we're in, this shit show that we're in. And so I would ask anybody, and that's obvious that he doesn't have the solution. Now he's like shifting his narrative down to Arizona to fight that cartel, which I guess in another 17 years he'll be on some podcasts talking about those guys. But if his track record is any indication, so it's really people that don't have this strategy, their head wrapped around the strategy of Q. They're looking elsewhere. They're looking for solutions, and there really aren't any. And I'm not saying that we should wait for people to do something for us. Look at the four of us. Look what we're doing. We're decoding. We're sharing. Because remember, it's not military is the only way was once. 20 times it was transparency, accountability, justice, and that was 20 times the only way forward. So this is a part of that, and discussing things with each other, and really sharing this incredible information that we're finding out. So we have a solution. We're a part of the solution. The keystone. The key is the map. The stone is Trump and the Patriots. And Q told us that. And so we're all necessary in this process. Like I've said, Oliver, I've said this many times on my show. When I played basketball, we'd call a timeout at the end of the game to draw up a last minute play. Even throughout the game, we'd call timeouts and draw plays and strategize. Our fans weren't in that huddle. The scorekeeper wasn't in that huddle. The timekeeper, the referees weren't in that huddle. The cheerleaders wanted us to win more than anything. They weren't in that huddle. Only the people in the huddle that had a responsibility and had the ability to carry out this victory were in that huddle. Q has brought us into this huddle. The only reason that we're in this huddle and that we're being given this information that we're being given, especially at the sheer amount and volume that we're seeing, is because we are a part of winning this game. That's the only reason we've been allowed in this huddle. And I'm honored to be in this huddle with you all, and with Q, and with Trump, and with all the nons out there and the Patriots. And we've got to make this happen. So that's it.
Yeah. And, continuing on what you said about offering solutions, my old first sergeant, I think he's retired now. He retired as a sergeant major. He took over AFRICOM years ago. He first words out of his mouth when we walked into his office: if you were gonna complain about a problem, offer a solution.
Right.
And those words stuck. They still stick with me to this day. And with what we're seeing coming out, and like I told you I think it was your show on Thursday or Friday this last week, look for things that don't fit. Look for buzzwords, like knowingly, or look for things like the saying we opened the beginning of the show with: these people are sick, and just kind of go from there. I mean, it just takes 5 minutes of your time to look up a saying, especially on the boards. 5 minutes is all it takes. And being able to equate that to what we're seeing in the news, that's big stuff. I mean, it's not a matter of looking it up, it's being able to equate it to other things going on. So that's the biggest thing. And I want people to keep their heads up. Don't get depressed. Don't think that nothing is happening. We just got to have patience. So that's all I got.
Awesome. Well done. Gentlemen, I bid you good night. I got to jump. Be well. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Much love to you all. And yeah, let's do this again soon.
Yeah, man. All right.
Be well,
Sounds
guys.
good.
I'll see everybody later.
Yep. Have a good one, boys.